All right, there we go. Ready to get started for the day. How's it going? All right, let me make sure that I'm all set up here. We are going to be sprinting for 6 hours today. I'm starting off the day and then I'll be handing off to Paco, and then I can't remember who's after that, but I'll have to go look. But how's it going this morning? What's up? I think I'm actually gonna be reading today. Crazy, since last night's sprints, I don't think I read at all. And then I also have some graphics that I need to set up and get designed. So gotta get that done. I also am gonna shower during the first sprint because I woke up really, really late this morning. So we're gonna get our stuff together pretty quick here. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. I'm like, oh, I don't have that many updates since we were here together last night. But I did load up on snacks for today. Snacks. And we are just hoping that the weather here turns around and gets better. I'm in Minnesota. On Monday this week, I was reading on my deck in shorts, soaking up the sun because it was like 70 degrees outside. And then yesterday, we were supposed to get like 7 or 8 inches of snow, and then it was slightly too warm for that. 34 degrees outside, so it just rained instead. Very sad, very depressing. So, yeah. I'm like, I need some sun to put me in a sunny mood instead of whatever this is. But luckily, I don't have to go anywhere today. I stocked up on snacks. I do have to go out to my car and get my Diet Coke because I'm Diet Coke-less this morning, which is not a good way to start the day. But yeah, today I'm going to be reading first. Move these around so I can grab it. So first I'm going to be reading the audiobook of Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. And then last night you all voted on The Poet Empress by Shen Tao, which also, side note, is like, aside from the cover actually being nice itself, the actual finishing of this book is phenomenal. Because how do I explain to you the texture of this? There we go. You can kind of see. So see how it's kind of textured there? It's like slightly shiny and gritty, which is really cool. It's got metallic edges, and then please hold. ASMR. And then this is the naked hardcover. In the back, it says A Poem of Love, A Spell to Kill. It's like the super, super square edges. And then it's got these end papers. And this was a book from Walmart. Like, this is not a special edition. This is just the book that Bramble is selling. Now, granted, this is a $32 hardcover. So do with that what you will. But I'm like, oh, damn, this is a really pretty book for buying it from Walmart. I don't normally go to Walmart to buy books, but I was at Walmart and I have to walk by the books, get real. And so I did, and I bought that, and I bought the Leonie Taylor, Her New Romance, This Ain't Our First Rodeo. So yeah, so I'll be reading Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. That one is relatively short as far as audiobooks go, and I want to say that I have like just a couple hours left on it. I'm only 24% in, but I'm listening on 2 times speeds. There's 3 hours left, so not bad. And I could read it potentially a little bit faster too if I lock in. Big maybe. And then I'll get started on The Poet Empress because I will be reading all day. Once my sprints are done, we will be joining with Paco. Oh my gosh, hitting stuff. We'll be heading on to Paco sprints, and then we will also be joining Mel. It's Mel after Paco. That's who it is. Hi. There she is. So we'll be on sprints all day. But let's see who's here. Good morning, Ashley. How are you? How's it going? Welcome to the hangout today. And Mel's here. Good morning. Ashley babe. Lots of hellos. And then Jen's here as well. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? What's going on this morning? It feels, I'm so happy that it's Saturday morning. 2 whole days of no work. Ashley's thinking I'm just going to have a chill Saturday today, hopefully. Have a crazy busy week of work coming up. That's fair. I don't have a busy week of work coming up. I have a busy week of coaching coming up. It is my students' sections tournament, which is the thing that qualifies them for state. And teenagers are testing me. I am not a parent of teenagers, but Lord help you all if you are, because, oh my God, they'll randomly come up to me and they'll be like, Coach Allie, I don't think I want to go to state. And I'm like, that's literally the thing we work toward all year. Like, they're like, yeah, when we go to sections, I kind of hope I don't make finals. What kind of attitude is that to go into a competition, you guys? Like, this is literally the tournament we work toward and practice for all year. All the other tournament results don't matter. It's just how you perform at the sections tournament qualifies you for state. So everything else is practice. This is the final. This is the actual like performance. It's basically like rehearsing for a play and then being like, you know what? I'm good. I don't need to actually perform. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, right? So the teenagers are teenagering and I'm struggling with it. All right. And let's see. Ashley says it's just been rainy and humid here too. Yeah, not fun. Mel says, highly suspicious and unfairly cute. It's such a cute book. I really enjoyed it. If Talia Hibbert writes it, I'm gonna love it. It's kind of my rule of thumb because I love every book that I've read of hers. I need Diet Coke so bad. Yeah, I loved her Brown Sisters trilogy. It's not like a trilogy, it's interconnected standalones, but absolutely loved those books. The Roommate Risk, The Princess Trap. I have a Girl Like Her on my shelf out there ready to read, so really, really enjoy her books. I'm reading The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath for the late fee, a book you've wanted to read for a long time. That's a cheery read. I don't think that I would have the mental capacity for such a heavy book right now. That seems like a lot. Good morning, Red. How are you? What are you up to this morning? I don't know like where everyone is physically located, so I'm just like assuming that everyone's also 9 a.m. in the morning. Run! I guess those are the millennial hearts. I do these hearts. Ren is still listening to Weaving Show, hoping you finish today or tomorrow. Excellent. Hello back to Mel. And I need to read the Brown Sisters trilogy. It's been on my TBR forever. And same for Mel. It is so good. Like, first and foremost, all 3 of them deal with some form of disability or neurodivergence. And for that reason, I really liked the 3rd one. But then I love the way that Talia Hibbert's like develops the relationships. It feels very natural, which, a lot of times in romance books we're like, okay, this completely off the wall thing is going to happen. And then they're just going to be totally cool with it. The Brown Sisters are realistic. And when stuff happens to them, it's things that I can actually see happening to me. So it's very, very easy to relate to them. So I like that it's a very natural progression of things. The spice is really good, but it's not like too often, some books, I'm not a huge erotica reader personally. But the spice is there and it's really good, but it's not overwhelming the story, because I do like the story itself. And the characters are just, they're all really lovable. They're not perfect, but I love them all. So I really, really enjoyed the series. I definitely connected with Eve more. I do think I rated Chloe as a full 5 and Eve is like a 4.75, but I just identify with Eve a lot more. I want to see which brown sister I connect with most. Yeah. Brent says, I think I've only read Highly Suspicious and The Roommate Risk, which The Roommate Risk is also really good. I liked that. And also Guarding Temptation. I have not read that one. I might as well need to go. I might need to go add to the list. I'll be going to my local romance bookstore next week, Sunday. So I'll make a list of more books to buy. Highly Suspicious is the only Talia Hibbert book I've read so far. You gotta get on that. You got a long way to go. There's so many and they're so good. And I will say, like, for the Brown Sisters, the audio is excellent. Like, I really loved listening to the audio. So I highly recommend that. I think my libraries, they were all like readily available. Like I didn't have to put them on hold or anything. So yeah. Red says it's 4:10 p.m. So yeah, I suppose, yeah, if you are on a different continent, that does track. So we will sprint for 6 hours and put Ren to bed. Ren says, also, we usually use digital time, like military time. So it is, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that you are the one that's different from everybody else. I think that we are the one that's different from everybody else, because we use a 12-hour clock, we use Fahrenheit, we use the imperial measurement system. We're kind of the odd ones out. So her books have really nice covers. They do. And I have the indies for Roommate Risk and Princess Trap, and I really like them. They also they have the paperback covers that are kind of like grippy, like the soft matte, and I love that. It's excellent. Just figured this out like a week ago. So every time we've been saying a time to Ren's been thinking it's always morning because it's always before 12. I don't think I've ever seen an American have their phone set to digital time. I work with a lot of military folks, and they all have it set to military time, let me tell you. Or sorry, a 24-hour clock. Get a Life, Chloe Brown audiobook was instantly available at my library, so just snagged it. That's perfect for a Read Your Library Readathon. Everybody go request one of the Brown sisters books. I mean, Chloe is the one to start with, but you could do any of them. I will say, I think, which of the male main characters do I like best? I think I probably like the MMC from Danny's book best, but the one from Eve's book is a very, very close second. That's tough. All the men are very worthy in Tully Hibbert's books. I also find myself gravitating toward pretty much any book where the man is actually a man who's worth it. Because I feel like there's a lot of romance books out there that are like questionable men. You know what I mean? Or like, won't call out too many people here, but Coho books. That man's not worth anything. Why do we have this energy for that man? No. I recently read, oh my gosh. Okay, Danielle Allen's next book comes out on the 14th. It's called Big Girl Blitz. That is a man worth a damn. So, highly, highly recommend. That book was incredible. There is a content warning for death of a parental figure. But it was so good. It was so good. Ren says, I'm like, there we go. You're so right, because what even is Fahrenheit? My brain has never computed it. Fahrenheit is nothing. Literally, that's it. The math to make it happen is really dumb. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? Hold on a sec. Hey, honey. Josh? You can still kind of hear it, can't you? That is my husband's phone playing a podcast inside the bathroom with the bathroom door shut through this door, which is fully shut. And he likes to tell me that I'm too loud. Sir, lower your tone. Text him. Can you please turn your phone down? My mic can pick it up through my office door and the bathroom door. Like, the gain on my mic is not very high right now. Like, if I turn around, you might not be able to hear me. So that's crazy. I got this mic so that I can talk quieter because he says that I'm too loud. No. It says also how the date is written odd in some places. I know. Everyone else does small, bigger, biggest. We do month, day, year. I don't have any explanations for you. I will say, as an autistic person, I fuck with month, day, year more because if you say day, month, year, in terms of orienting myself into when we're talking about, I'm never gonna, like, if you just say the 21st, I'm gonna be like, of what? Like that, like I can't formulate where my brain is mentally until you've said the month. And so, like, and I know what year it is. But if you start by saying April 21st, my brain gets to jump to April 1st and orient myself into where I'm talking about, and then I can narrow in. So I don't know. I'm very American. Jen says the spinner wheel gave me Priory of the Orange Tree for these sprints, so I'll be slowly working through that. That's a long book. Good thing we have 6 hours. 5.5. A little over 5.5. We'll be all right. You got time. You can listen to that audiobook on real fast. Cheers here. Good morning. At 50% in Freak by Jennifer Hillier. Oh, what is that? I spend half my sprints just looking up the books that you tell me. Book. Freak by Jennifer. Psychological thriller. Oh, I'm scared of those. I'm a big time fraidy cat. I cannot watch scary movies. And I'm talking about like when my husband and I were dating, he put on the Peel movie Us with Lupita Nyong'o, the one where it's like the mirror people or whatever. No, we had to turn it off because I was crying too hard. If it's too realistic, I'm fully out. I can watch like really, really shitty horror movies like Leprechaun. Nothing in Leprechaun is any kind of close to reality. I can watch Leprechaun just fine. But anything that is too close to home. Last November, I read Beth is Dead by Katie Bernay. It is a retelling of Little Women where Beth is murdered at the beginning of it, and it's like contemporary, and you have to figure out who killed Beth. And like throughout the book, you're like, oh, could it be this person? Could it be this person? Once you know who the person is, meaning there's no more mystery about who the killer is at this point. We know who the killer is, and there's going to be a confrontation with the killer, and it's like set in a remote environment kind of thing. And it's just the suspense of, is the killer also here kind of thing. That's all, but we know who it is. Still, I had to put it down because it was too late in the day. It was getting dark. And that was like a romantic contemporary. It wasn't even a thriller book. So I hope that you are loving it. It just, I sounds like it would scare me. And says, I feel like digital time is easier to read. For time, yes, I don't disagree because then obviously you know where in the day you're at. The American education system doesn't teach people how to be agile enough in our brains to hear 20 o'clock and think 8 p.m. So that's on us, I think. Like it's clear for night and day, yes. Sherry says, can't wait to read Big Girl, but it like literally it's so fucking good. I did really, really love like Curvy Girl Summer, and I actually did not read Plus Size Player yet. So that's still on my TBR. And what's really cool about this series, it's the Curve series by Danielle Allen, is that all three books take place on the same timeline. So it kind of doesn't matter which one you read first. They all, like, the big event at the end of Curvy Girl Summer is also toward the end of Big Girl Blitz. So it's concurrent timelines just with these friends. And oh my, it was so good. I read the ALC and I got the regular audiobook, both approved through Tor on NetGalley. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, highly recommend. It was phenomenal. I won't shut up about it because it was so good. I messaged Danielle Allen on Instagram and I was like, I have to say thank you. This book was great. But also, like, because it does include death of a parental figure, it was handled so well and so, like, viscerally is maybe the right word for it. It was just wonderful. And my grandma is in hospice right now, and so just, like, it hit super close to home, and it talks through about, like, how do you deal with the guilt of continuing to live your life as the person that you love is nearing the end of theirs knowingly. Read it. Read it. Be ready to buy it April 14th. It's so good. Mel says, a lot of dark romance books have questionable MMCs, which is why it's hard for me to get into them. I would agree with that because here's the thing. There's a difference between morally gray and, like, questionable as a partner. In my personal opinion, like, I have read MMCs who are absolutely operating outside the law, but they aren't going to abide being an abusive partner. You know what I mean? Like, they're more like very vigilante vibes for people who are murderers, kind of thing, or who are abusing their partners, kind of thing. But yeah, dark romance. Sometimes I'm just like, eh. I read the first book in the series of Emily McIntyre's, whatever that one was, the one where it was like Captain Hook or Peter Pan, whatever that was. That was the problem that I had with it, is that I was like, and I need to find something that I can relate to be like, oh, this is a quality that I like to see in a man and a partner. It's in whatever gender partner I'm choosing that day. And I had trouble with that. So hello to Sherry from Mel. And hey, Mel, I'll see you later on sprints. Can't wait to hang out. Yes. For those who don't know, we are going to be doing my sprints for the next 5.5 hours. We'll go to Paco sprints for a couple hours, and then we'll go to Mel's sprints. It's going to be such a good day. I'm excited to see you there. We'll parties. That's implying that it's going to be a party. What's the spinner wheel? I'm just checking if Jen has answered. So Jen, and then there's a couple others too who have put their books for their Read Your Library TBR just on a spinner wheel, because it's the decision of, like, what do I pick up next that gets eliminated. So, like, for mine, when I'm done with this book, I will put in the Discord a poll and let other people pick for me, because I don't like making decisions. But Jen spins a wheel. So she just puts all the books for the month on the wheel and then spins it. I'm convinced men immediately become deaf when they're on their phones. That was a gross noise. Yeah. It's so loud in there. And he's going to be in there for, he takes like 45-minute showers. My guy, your hair is this long. Like, I can't imagine it takes that long to just scrub all your skin and you're done. So he'll be in there forever with his phone on full blast, listening to a podcast about antagonizing Trump supporters. So that's what we'll be doing. Ren says, so in the US, you write the date, how you say it, like March 18th, correct? Yep. So I would write for today's date, April 4th, 2026. Yeah. Sherry says, Mel, I think when they're on the toilet, especially. correct. I don't know, like, how much of your brain power is being used when you're going to the bathroom? You know what I mean? Like, why is your brain so locked in when you're on the toilet? If you're like, what are you doing, my guy? Yes, Sherry, then be in the bathroom for like 40 minutes. Agree. Like, I go to the bathroom when I have to, like, when I'm ready to go to the bathroom. He goes to the bathroom when he suspects that he might need to be taking a lot of time. Also, what's the starting number for Fahrenheit? If it gets up to 81 degrees, surely you can't start at 0, right? Or maybe it does. Um, I mean, it's just like Celsius, we can go negative, but our 32 is 0 Celsius, is 32 Fahrenheit, so that's our freezing point. I don't have any explanation for you on why this is, but like 0 degrees is just an arbitrary-ish number for us because it's 32 degrees below freezing. But I mean, where I live, we have a wild swing. So I have gone from 60 degrees one day to like 4 degrees a couple days later. We absolutely go negative. We frequently go below 0 where I live, and then can get like up to 100 degrees in the summer. So it kind of starts at 0, but it also can go below 0 Celsius is just based on the freezing point and burning point. Yeah, our freezing point is 32 and burning point is 212. So yeah. As Danielle on the TBR, hell yeah. It's so good. Sherry says you'd like Tati Richardson books if you like the Curve series. Done. Sold. Hold on. Let me go write it down. Perfect. Added the TBR. Can you read the books out of order, or do you recommend reading them in order? That's the nice part, is that with the Curve series, I do think that you could read them in any order you want. Like reading through Big Girl Blitz, it doesn't spoil anything about the story from Curvy Girl Summer. So I think that you could read in any order at all. Sherry agrees. And the first 2 are out. The third comes out on the 14th. All right, perfect. Let's be real. He's 100%. But also that takes so long again, because it's like he doesn't go in there. He goes in there when he suspects he might have to, and then sits and waits. That's a lot of time. I go in there when I'm like, oh, it's time. The more you know. No wonder everyone that I said I was crazy when I said it's so hot and it's 38 degrees. Yeah, no, let's see. My 0 degrees is negative 17 for you. So at my house, it regularly gets down to, like in our winters, it gets down to negative 28 Celsius. In summer, it gets up to 38 Celsius. So, yep. A swing of, positive to negative 30 something. It's a great time. Minnesota's awesome. There's also a lot of mosquitoes. It's very fun. All right. That's the end of our comments. And here's the thing. I was going to go shower during the sprint, but he's in there. So I guess I'm not showering until second sprint. So, all right, let's open up Spirit City. I'm like, should I buy the DLC? Should I just like buy the DLC so we've got it? So we can be in the garden today? How much is the DLC, do you think? Come on, tell me how much it is. It's $7, you guys. Why haven't I bought this? It comes with a cute cow? Why didn't I just buy this immediately? How do I buy it? Where is it? Let me buy. Oh, I have to go to the store. I'm sitting there like just clicking on what I thought was an ad. It's not. Spirit City. Enchanted Greenhouse. It's $7. I could have had this the whole time. I'm over here thinking it's like maybe $20, etc. Enchanted Garden DLC. Oh, or for $27, which is a lot more, I could get all of the DLCs. The train, the kitchen, the supporter pack, the winter spirits, and Enchanted Greenhouse. Tell me what I should do. Should I buy Enchanted Greenhouse for $7 or should I buy all of them for $27? So, oh, also the last sprint panner's on. Thank you. Here we go. um, yeah, Banner's the last minute. Oops. And Jen says, "Oh, Sherry, I live by a spinner wheel because I make so many large decisions at work that I get decision fatigue easily. In my personal life, I just use an app." Yep. Just like when he's like, "What do you want for dinner?" I'm like, "Don't ask me." He has a little list on his phone of all the restaurants, and I tell him, "Choose what you want," and then on that notes app is what I want at each place. So Mel says, "All for 27 is what I would do." I'm fiscally financially irresponsible, so I do all of it. Here's the thing. I'm also fiscally irresponsible. And I just got paid. So I'm like, you know what I mean? That's free-ish money right now. Because I just got paid. So there's a bunch in there. So if I spend 27, that's not very many, and there's still gonna be a bunch in there. So, but that does mean that I have to go download them all the rest of them. So, all right. We will head into regular Spirit City for now. And then I might do it without sound so that I can be playing with the rest of them while we're sprinting. So let's share my screen. Spirit City. I don't think audio is sharing, so let me know if you hear when I start the timer. But we will go ahead and we will sprint for 1 hour. There we go. And I'll see you guys when we come back, maybe with the DLCs on. Who knows? All right. We did it. Sprint one down. Oh, accidentally muted myself. All right. How'd it go for y'all? I found out that I'm extremely sleepy. Let's see here. Let's pull up where we were. I got 20% through highly suspicious and unfairly cute. So I am currently at 45%. It'll open here. So there are now just over 2 hours left. I'm listening at like 2.25. I might up that to 2.5 because it's an easy listen. So it'll be right around 2 hours left. So 2 sprints about. And yeah. And I also found out that I can't I can't update the DLC until I think I have to close out of the game to do so. So we're gonna get rid of the game so that I can restart it while we're doing our little chatty bit here. And then we can go find the little cow. Yay. Maybe it's like not letting me do anything. There we go. So yeah, I just listened to my audiobook. I think I'm so sleepy because when I listen to an audiobook in bed, there's like a stupid little phone game that I play to fall asleep. And so I've been playing that while I've been listening. And so now I'm like so sleepy. And I think it's because I've been playing that game, and that game just like tells my brain it's time to go to bed. So maybe I shouldn't not do that there. So we left off on Sherry saying, love that spinner idea, and I feel that decision fatigue too. Yeah, so Jen's doing the spinner reel, reading Prairie of the Orange Tree, which is a heck of a long read for your spinner to set you on. So that's a long one. So we had Mary join us. Good morning, Mary. How are you? What are you going to be reading today? What are you going to be doing? Vanessa joined us, and Vanessa is reading Promise Me by Sarah Kate for book club. I have some catching up to do on Sarah Kate. She's going to be in Minneapolis in June. I won't get to go see her, unfortunately. But, there's a bookish convention June 19th through 21st called Midwest Bookish Fest. I know the organizers of it, so I'm really, really excited for it. I think that there's a lot of bookish events lately, especially convention types, where you can't necessarily trust that it's going to be run by people who care about the book community. And so I'm really excited for this one because I know exactly like how much intention and care the organizers are putting into it. And that one's like locally owned and operated. This is their second year. And it's a weekend thing. But then also on the Saturday, there's a one-day author event done by Southern Belle Events called Star of the North. And Sarah Kate's going to be at that. So I think one of my friends is going to go to that and bring my Sarah Kate books to get signed. Because I'm like, oh, I really like that. Because I really, really like what I've read of the Salacious Players Club. I really like what I've read of the series. Oh my gosh. The series after that. So, yeah, I hope it's good. Christina's here. Good morning, Christina. Christina's also coming in with all of our links for everything. So this is the link to the playlist that has announcement videos, TBRs, book recommendations. So if you're looking for any information, any books that are going to be read during Read Your Library, this is going to be the playlist to go to. But then this playlist, this is our sprint trolley. This is where right now, if you click on this link and reopen my sprint with this link, then when I'm done sprinting and I hand over to Paco, it'll just automatically take you there. And then when Paco's done and hands over to Mel, it'll do the same thing. So you don't have to do anything. You'll just be on the trolley with us, sprinting all day long. So it's super easy. You could click it right now. Mary says hello to Vanessa and Christina. Christina says hello to Mel, to Vanessa, to Mary, to Sherry, Ren, Jen. You're hello, Radakisa? Let us know what your name is. But hello, welcome in. I don't know that we've met before, but hi. What are you reading today? Let us know what you're going to be doing on sprints. Mel says, Christina Bay. And Sherry says, hey, Christina. Mel says, hi to Mary. Lexi's here. Good morning, Lexi. Reading Air of Fire this morning. All right, get ready to cry. Mel says hello to Vanessa and to Lexi. And in this sprint, Sherry made it to 66% in your book and reorganized your underwear drawer. Nice. Very nice. I should fold some laundry. That would be a really good idea, probably. I might do that a little later. We'll see. I might. Mary says hello to Mel and to Lexi. And Mel read 32%, 78 pages into The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Mel has a very exciting read today. Very, very heavy. Christina's got some more hellos to Lexi. And Jen got to page 26 in Priory and then had a Greek yogurt bowl. Yum. Jen's just having a good Saturday morning vibes. I like that. Mary says, I'm reading my daily chapter in Salem's Lot. All right. It's a long one, too. She says, 26 out of 45,000 pages, Jen. Way to go. Because Priory of the Orange Tree is a lengthy one, for sure. Yeah, right. So it's very long. All right, Kisa is fine. Hello, how are you, Kisa? And starting Everything's Tuberculosis by John Green. I've heard awesome things about that one. I like the Green brothers. I like them a lot. I watch a lot of the holy trinity of good YouTubers, which is Dropout, Smosh, and Good Mythical Morning. And the Green brothers are frequent flyers there. So I like them a lot. But I hope it's really good. Sherry says, I just finished the drawer and realized I need to toss out some drawers and bras that I wasn't wearing and was just holding space. Yeah. I need to I just bought a bunch of new ones. So I need to go through and be like, which ones am I replacing? Which ones maybe don't fit as well? Bra sizes change so frequently. So I'm really tempted to just keep a bunch in a bin or something in the basement because I'm like, as size fluctuates, I might need them. Who knows? And they're expensive. So, yeah. Lexi says, I'm not super far into it, but we'll see how far I get. I'm over at my mom's to see the kittens. Okay, say more. Maybe post pictures of kittens in the Discord. That would be good. And you have Easter today. We're going to be... oh my gosh. I got to stop that. Just got to wake myself up. We're going to be doing Easter tomorrow at my mom's house. But yeah, that's an exciting day. It's tough to read when you're overdoing family stuff. So our barn cat had some kittens last week and brought them to us. You should show us pictures of the kittens. Because there is a channel for pet pictures, I'm pretty sure. So you should go take a picture of some kittens for us, some videos, tell us how soft they are, all those things. I love petting cats and kittens. I like playing with them and being around them. I could never live with them. I don't want any in my house. I also have 2 enormous dogs who, how do I say this nicely? A kitten probably wouldn't last that long in my house. So she says the weight flux is real. Yeah. And sometimes it's not even weight. With bras, it's so weird because sometimes, honestly, just our bodies be moving and grooving about. Sometimes your boobs just be changing shape slightly, even if your weight doesn't move. And so with how expensive things are, I mean, I got a bunch at a discount for $30, but usually bras are $60 for a good one. And it's okay. And then randomly just, it'll be oh, all of a sudden, this is not the right size for no reason. Just hormones be doing their thing. And it's so dumb. So I'm maybe I should just keep them just in case. And my husband's maybe we don't take up more room, but I should just buy a whole new house with a custom closet is what I should do. Lexi just posted in the Read Your Library Discord, which is linked in the description below. Under the section called non-bookish chatter, there is a channel for fur babies and plants. And there's baby kitties in there. Oh, this is dumb. I could just share my screen. I could just show you guys the kitties. Oh, look at them. Look at them. Look at how cute they are. They're so small. Oh, they're so little. And look at they got little pink toes. I love little baby animals. They're so cute. I love them. Thank you. Mel says, I put my laptop on the charger to be prepared for sprints later. Yep. My computer lives like on its little charger dock thing. But I realized recently that Spirit City really, really kills my battery. I don't know if it's like having Steam open overall, but whenever Spirit City is just like chilling and my computer is off the charger, I mean, this is a brand new MacBook. I got it for work relatively recently, and it struggles big time. So I don't know why it doesn't like Spirit City, so it has to live on the charger. Spirit City is open because like normally I can go days without charging my phone or my computer. But just when Spirit City's open, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours. It's nuts. She says paying 45 to 50 for a brow is wild to me for it to be a good one. Yeah. Yeah. I I buy only when there's sales. I like them to be a little cheaper, but yeah. And being a big girl's hard work. Yeah, it's a lot of back work. Mel says, not gonna lie, my titties be free 90% of the time. Look, when I'm at home, it's sports bras. A while ago, I found my Holy Grail sports bra. They no longer make it. When I see them on Poshmark or Mercari, I buy them up because it's from Madewell and you can't find it anymore, and it's perfect. But I have been like, I work from home. The state of my office is disaster. DEFCON 1, maybe 2, maybe DEFCON 2, but hoarder level 3 for sure. And I have realized that like my own personal standards for how I look when I leave the house and go to events has been declining. And I want to just reverse that decline a little. And part of that for me is wearing a bra. So I want to just be a little bit more encouragement posture to be up when I'm out. Oh, and Jen is so adorable. Yes, the keys are so cute. Mel says, I'm also part of the itty bitty titty community, so I'm sure that helps. Absolutely. It is very hard to just free boob it when you're a G cup. Lex says, oh yeah, it sucks on the battery. I leave it on low power mode and that helps some. Absolutely. But and like I keep Spirit City usually like when I got it open, I have it on. So on a MacBook, there's like multiple desktop windows. So like, yes, I can have windows in front of each other, but then I can also have like a separate desktop windows that I can swipe between. And so I usually keep it over on the way side one. So sometimes I forget that it's open. Then it'll just be there sucking up my battery. So and yeah, Mel is blessed. All right, but we do have now. There we go. Open this up. All right. So we've got our garden. I literally have not done anything in here yet. It is my understanding. Let's open this up. Oh, can I not? Okay, now I can. So I can be in the garden. I can be at this little desk thing. I can be at this planter. I can be, so 5 different spots I can be. I think in order, so obviously my first priority is the cow. No question. Should not be a question for any of you. My understanding is that I need to be stretching in order to get the cow. And then what else? What else do I gotta do? Where's the garden ones? Heard some cows mooing in the distance. So I gotta turn on a sound. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the sounds. So I usually put them on really, really quiet. Which one is the cows mooing? Oh, probably the farm. Put it like way down there. All right, now we're finding the cow. Perfect. And then probably while we're sprinting, I might do some decorating because I have a bunch of the ticket thingies, and I'm assuming that I can use those to build this out. So I'll probably just be doing some building while I'm listening to my audiobook. That's what we'll do. Let's open up. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted my regular timer. Give me my regular timer back. I'll put it over here. Because yeah, no offense to these flowers, but I need some purple in here, obviously. So, all right, we're gonna do our sprint. I'm gonna keep listening to my audiobook, and I will be doing this because maybe this will also keep me a little bit more awake to have my eyes focused on something that isn't my nighttime sleepy game. So we will be working on finding the cow and sprinting, and I will see you all in 1 hour. Bye. All right, welcome back. I just got out of the shower, so I was like, oh shit, timer's almost up. I gotta get clothes on, theoretically. It's not that kind of stream. Not today. I got to, let's double check where I ended at. I got to 60%. I think I got 15% through because I went and took a shower, and for some reason, like my hearing, I can't decipher words on an audiobook when I'm in the shower very well. So, my husband went for a random drive and went to Subway and looked at the little note with all the things that I like to eat and bought me Subway. W husband. The only thing is that Subway is the only, we have 4 fast food-ish places in our tiny town. 3 of them have Coke products. 1 of them does not. And that is Subway. So that's, I literally have a giant case of Diet Coke in my car. All I have to do is go out to the garage and get it. So, but yeah, so I showered and I listened to my audiobook. And that's it. That's all I did. During this next sprint, I will probably run downstairs to go put this book away. It is the one that I received yesterday in the mail. My other one actually is scheduled to get here maybe today. So maybe we'll get book mail today while we're sprinting. That'd be kind of neat. Oh, I am getting a package today. I don't know if it's this one, this Pango one, but I'm getting a package, so that's nice. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do during my next sprint. Is I have been reorganizing my bookshelves downstairs. So for those who don't know, I have 2 main bookshelves, one upstairs that's got my TBR. The one downstairs has everything that I've already read and love. And that one, so it's built-in bookshelves from about halfway. It's like a foundation wall and then bookshelves above. There are 4 sections, and each section has 4 shelves. So it's 16 little shelves, and they're narrow. They're not very long, but this is very funny to me. So when we moved in, we did half of them as like our bar area with the intention of putting a bar in front of the bookshelves and having that be the back of the bar. Then the other half, we did some books, some games, because we have a lot of board games. And then I went down there and I was like, hey, we don't drink very much at home. We only really drink socially. Oh, my other book's not going to be here till Monday. So we only really drink socially. We don't drink wine at all. I don't need 3 sets of wine glasses. So I was like, we're going to take a bunch of stuff down and I'm just going to expand my books a little bit, but then fill the rest with board games. So took a bunch of wine glasses down, condensed the bar-ish area to like 2 shelves of the 16. It used to be like 8. Then I put board games in like 2 of them. And I bring down all of the books that I've read recently to go filter into the bookshelves. And I start organizing. And my books somehow expand from like 8 sections to like 13 sections. And it's already very full. So my bookshelves are now very full, and that's unexpected. So I have to figure out exactly what I'm going to do there. Because I want to fit my Serafina series in there. This month I'm reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 books off my physical TBR, maybe more. We'll find out. And I only put them downstairs if I love them and want to keep them. And that's that. I don't know if I'm going to love them all, but there's not a ton of room. So what that tells me is that I got to clean this. There's 2 Billy bookcases here, which I need to donate some of the stuff that's in here. I need to donate a lot of the stuff that's in here. If anybody has a Kindle Paperwhite 11th gen and wants some cute cases, let me know. I'll send you pictures. But I have 2 tall billies. In the basement, I have 1 more tall billy that can be built, and then I have 2 short billies. I have more bookshelves that need to put up, but I need to clean stuff out first. We'll get there eventually. Let's go find out where we were at in the comments. Jean got here. Hello, Jean. How are you today? Reading I Didn't Do It by L. Gonzalez Rose. That's awesome. I know that's the one you were working through last night too. Christina says hello to Jean. Jen says, going to have lunch at the Hubs, and I will see you next month. So we will see Jen next time after this next sprint, probably. And Renee got here. Hello. How are you? How's it going? Doing a jigsaw puzzle, trying to listen to an audiobook, but my dad is killing my ears. The TV is at full volume. That's just like a man. 81-year-olds apparently don't hear very well. Well, he's got a little bit of an excuse. Only a little bit, though. Glenda says, hello to everyone. Hello, how are you? And Molly got here, too. How are you, too? Sherry says, got to 83% in Freak. Nice. And moved winter clothes into bins in the closet. I'm forcing the warm weather to come and stay here. Alternatively, you could be jinxing it. And in Minnesota, I have learned I'm not going to be I'm not putting winter stuff away. Not until June. We can't trust it. We've had May snowstorms. Sherry says hello to Glenda. Ashley says Coke Zero is my weakness. That's fine, but it's not Diet Coke. But currently making cheesy potatoes and have the oven on, so Obi is scared. He's afraid of the noise appliances make. That's very cute. Not cute that he's scared, but it's pretty cute. I'm thinking I might make cheesy potatoes tonight. For Easter tomorrow, I'm not religious, but my mom is an empty nester who misses having a full nest. And so she does still build us Easter baskets. So we're going to go over to her house, and I'm going to stop and see my grandma on the way. And in her hospice home, I mean, they're not making funeral potatoes for the hospice home. So I can make some. Molly got a package today, which surprised me. I was expecting it on Tuesday morning. Well, I mean, awesome though. It's kind of a nice little bonus. Mel says that was a lunch sprint for me. Strawberry Greek yogurt and some toast. Very nice. I have not eaten my Subway yet, but I will maybe next sprint. Molly says 13 need another book section. Here's the thing. I don't disagree. I think part of it is that I'm trying to like display a lot, and that I could just put in normal shelving. I have one whole shelf for the Aragon Inheritance Cycle by Christopher Paolini, the only male author I like. It's one of my favorite series of all time, and I have a couple copies of those because I have some special editions from Broken Binding. I have my original books that I read growing up. Owl Crate did a really cool edition of it, and I have another set coming from Wraithmarked eventually. So I have a whole shelf of those. I have a whole shelf of Holly Black, Folk of the Air, plus other Holly Black. I'm working on a whole shelf of Veronica Roth. I've got a lot of Olive E. Blake. So like I'm working on like highlighting different authors. But I like displaying some of the books because some of the covers are just so pretty. And I think part of the challenge is that in these bookshelves in particular, it's like a cabinet box with one shelf that's adjustable, that I can put somewhere in there. So the bottom stays where it is, and the second shelf I can move. The problem is that there's really enough room for 3 shelves, but I don't have 3. I don't have another shelf insert. There's the holes that I could, put the little thingies in to put more shelves. I don't have the shelves, and it's custom built-ins. The guy who owned our house before us, the house caught fire, didn't burn all the way down, but down to studs. And he redid everything. Doors, trim, all of our cabinetry, all the bookshelves, they are all fully custom, all of the exact same wood. It's very hard to replace things. Mel says hi to Glenda, hi to Molly. Jean says, are you going to do an unhaul? No, that's the hard part, is that I don't put books down there unless I love them. So, I mean, realistically, eventually I might, but every book that is like a question mark is upstairs. If you've watched my roll for TBR videos, the cabinet that I'm standing in front of with piles of books on that, that is my physical TBR. And that's where I put books that I'm unsure about. So if I unhaul, it's usually from that, which also I don't see myself unhauling because I've been really intentional with the books I buy. They're all from local indie authors that I have absolutely like loved meeting and love as people, or they're books from diverse authors that I very specifically wanted to buy a book from. Um, so I've been really intentional about that, which is really cool. And so downstairs is all books I know I love that I've already read, and then upstairs is books that I actually am really excited to read. So yeah. Maybe. Mel says hello to Jean. Hi, Mel from Molly. Glenda's got hellos for everybody. Kisa says, I read 34 pages and updated my Storygraph TBR. That's a good reminder. I have been updating. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Maybe. So I have been working on updating. I use Storygraph. That's my number one tool. If you guys want a Storygraph navigational tutorial again on a sprint, let me know. I will do that in a heartbeat. I love the Storygraph. But I do post my reviews, or at least my ratings, to Goodreads as well, because I read enough indie authors that it does matter that they get reviews on those platforms. I don't like Amazon. I don't like buying like books and stuff from Amazon. But the reality is that for indie authors, that's where like they have to. And that's where people go to find ratings on stuff. So I do copy my ratings over, and I haven't been doing that for a while. So I'm going back through all of the books that I read so far this year and making sure that they did get marked read with a rating on Goodreads. So I've been working through that. Molly says hi to Glenda. Ashley says hi to Glenda. Sherry says, I'm here in Atlanta, so I waited long enough to move the clothes, but I think we are in the clear. Sherry's in Atlanta. I'm going to be in Atlanta in like 3 weeks? 4 weeks? 20 days, 3 weeks. And I'm really excited. Specifically, I met 2 gals who own a bookstore in Atlanta. And so I'm really, really excited to visit. I'm going to be there a Sunday through a Wednesday. Well, fly in Saturday, fly out Wednesday. And if you got recommendations for stuff to do with 2 teenage girls, that'd be great. Because I am flying in for DECA Nationals. So I don't even know what DECA stands for. The advisor for high school DECA at my local high school had a baby. Can't go with them. But 2 of the girls who are also on my speech team, I'm the head coach for speech, made it to nationals. So I'm stepping in as their advisor. And we have to fly in on Saturday, and they have like an opening award ceremony. Sometime on Sunday or Monday, they will have one 10-minute presentation they have to go do. And the rest of the time is free, Sunday and Monday. So I'm like, oh, we got lots of time. And then Tuesday, we also have a lot of time because they have closing ceremonies, and if they make finals. But then we fly out Wednesday. So I'm like, we have like 3 days of time to fill. We're going to World of Coca-Cola. I am going to where they make Diet Coke. I'm going to go visit this bookstore. Sincerely Yours. It is in Smyrna. And then if there's other bookstores, especially if they're in the downtown area, so they're easier to get to, let me know. Tell me, and I would love to know, because we're going to be there. I'm really excited. I haven't been there before. Ashley says, I'm not religious either, and I wanted my potatoes early. Real. Jean says, what kind of supper did you get? I'm assuming that my husband got me a cold cut combo. That's what's on the little list of stuff that I like on his notes app. So we'll see. I don't know yet. Mahadat says, it is nice. I have 2 windmill kits to make. I couldn't choose, and cheap kits camera that can print thermally. Excellent. Oh, that's awesome. And that was in the package that Molly got today. I wonder if you could turn a mismatched shelf into a feature, paint it or wallpaper it. Potentially. It's a maybe. I'm also, gotta tell you, I have very, very low drive motivation to do stuff. So here we go. Mel says, I also need to clean up my Goodreads and Storygraph. I'm so behind on reviews. And some books I've read, I haven't even logged yet. I need to get all that together. I need to get some reviews written. I have been mostly keeping up with NetGalley reviews. I currently have 5 that I've read from NetGalley that I need to submit reviews for. That would be a good activity for me to do during somebody else's sprints today. And then I do need to submit some reviews for other books that I've read, even if they weren't arcs from NetGalley. But I do keep all of my stats really strictly updated. And then on Storygraph, I also, every book that I read, I use a lot of custom tags, and I tag statistics about the author, statistics about the characters and representation in the book, because I do a lot of stat reporting for just for myself on there. So I keep all that up. Mel says, yeah, for indie authors, Goodreads and Amazon are the top places for reviews. And like, my priority is supporting indie and marginalized authors, and I'm going to go where they need me to be. I spend all of my time and effort on Storygraph, but I will take the time to copy stuff to Goodreads when I have to. And then, which is why I still have Goodreads. Otherwise, I would have fully ditched it. Absolutely. Same reason why I keep Kindle Unlimited. I did get rid of Kindle Unlimited, but here's an Audible hack. So I have Libro FM. They're basically Audible, but you shop with indie bookstores instead of Amazon. However, I learned with Audible, if you go to cancel, sometime around that cancellation, they will send you an email that's like, hey, we'd love to have you back. And we'd love to offer you 3 months for 99 cents each if you come back. And they will do that every time you cancel. And with both Kindle Unlimited and Audible, generally speaking, unless you're reading hella books every month, Amazon's making money off of you. So Audible, $15.99 a month US. If you're not listening to like 20 books, they're making money on you because the royalties on a book listen are not very much, under $1. And so if you are getting Audible for 99 cents and you make sure that you use your credits and then listen to the books from their catalog, their Audible Plus catalog too. Make sure that you use your credit on a book that normally costs more than the cost of a full credit, so more than $16, and then listen to books from their Plus catalog. You're only paying 99 cents. They are paying more than 99 cents, so I'm making Amazon lose money. And then after 3 months, I just go cancel again, and then they're like, hey, do you want to come back for 99 cents a month? And I'm like, yes, I do. It's awesome. Their system is all automated, so they don't have any people in their call center or in their customer care team there to correct that because they automated everything. And, if you're going to automate everything, you're not going to have a person to catch stuff like that. Sherry says, I need to resuscitate my Storygraph. Thank you for the reminder. Yay, Atlanta visit. Let me know what bookstore. Yeah, it's sincerely yours. The gals were really nice and I talked to them, so I'm excited to go see their bookstore, but also I will go to any bookstore and all of them. And I'm fully prepared to ship a box of books home to myself. I will do that. Absolutely. And yeah, I love Storygraph. I could talk for another hour about how much I love Storygraph. So go to the aquarium. It's amazing. That's what I've heard. I've heard that Georgia's aquarium is all rescue based. So it's all animals who cannot be released into the wild, and that they're a very ethical aquarium, which I'm excited for. We definitely are planning on going. The 2 students that I'm taking, I don't have favorites, but they're really good ones. So DECA DECA is huge. It's a high school activity where students compete in business type event and marketing type events, to learn those skills for being an adult. And Minnesota DECA alone has 4 hotels in downtown Atlanta. So it's huge. And they're like, "Hey, we're gonna have DECA night at the aquarium. You don't have to pay anything extra for your ticket, but you can come." And I'm like, "Go to the aquarium with 10,000 high schoolers? We're gonna go a different night. We're gonna go a different time." So yeah. But yeah, we do plan to go. They'd love Ponce City Market, walking the Beltline, the Battery, and visit Little Five Points for thrift shopping. Oh, they would love thrift shopping. I am going to I'm gonna copy your comment just so that I can make sure that I keep a note of it, because that is awesome. Where can I make a little note to myself? I'll just chat myself in Slack. I use Slack for work, so jot something down. Cool. Thank you. I love Subway spicy Italian on flatbread. So good. I used to do spicy Italians, and now I do cold cut combo because I am just beholden to bologna. Sherry says, "Oh, damn you. Yes, please. I'd love that." I love indie bookstores. I'm gonna look. All the Republicans and conservatives in my area are afraid that I'm going to indoctrinate children. I'm literally wearing a queers take care of each other sweatshirt. The only thing I'm going to indoctrinate children with is a love for shopping indie. So these parents are very awesome too. So I like that. But yeah, please do. I'm in the Read Your Library Discord. I also have my own Discord. They're both linked in the description below, and that's the best way to get a hold of me. Christina says, "Okay, D&D is done. Charles is off to the mines, and son just left with grandparents for a birthday lunch. Still waiting on some people to schedule sprints, and I know who those people are." So does that mean I get to actually read? You do. You do get to actually read. That'd be great. Let us know. And what are you reading? What are you gonna read? Maudet says, "Has Audible done the thing where books you buy lose money if you listen to included ones?" I don't. If you Amazon can lose money. But if you're listening to somebody's book, Amazon owes them royalties. They're very low, but they owe them to them. Mel says, "Yep, that's why I have Audible now, because of that hack. I wanted to snag all the Dungeon Crawl Carl audiobooks, and it helps that there's a sale going on." Yep. So I only use my credits on really expensive books. But on Libro, I love Libro FM. If you like audiobooks, you're trying to divest from Amazon, Libro.fm. It's an audiobook app. It is exactly the same as Audible, where you get a credit every month. They also will sell you credit packs, usually for a little bit cheaper. They still have an enormous library, and it's just like Bookshop, where you can select a local bookstore to be the beneficiary. Like, so instead of me buying directly from Libro FM, I'm buying kind of through the bookstore. So the bookstore gets funds based on my purchases on Libro FM. So I have selected Black Garnet Books in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Black Garnet is amazing. They're an awesome, awesome community space. Their selection is incredible. Also, a really extra funsies thing is that Libro FM allows you to choose what the app icon looks like. So you can choose whatever icon you want, so that when you are looking at your apps, you have a little custom icon. So I chose a purple one because obviously. Ashley says, "World of Coke is great too." With how much Diet Coke I drink, to be honest, I feel kind of like a part owner of that place. I drink an insane amount of Diet Coke. And my students all know that I love Diet Coke. I have Diet Coke sweatshirts. And I will be going to where they make it. I love the Atlantis Aquarium. They had a Titanic exhibit. I love the Titanic, so that sounds awesome. Not the blinking. It's because there's a couple people who haven't scheduled their RYL sprints, and they need to. And I listen to Mama Christina. I took a bus tour of Atlanta. It was cool hearing about the history. I believe that. And that actually might be something that the kids are interested in. The hard part is that we don't know when their presentation is going to be. And so we can't schedule things in advance. It's kind of like I can create a list of stuff that allows walk-ins for us to do, but we can't schedule anything because we don't know until we register and like check in exactly when that stuff will be. So that part kind of sucks a little bit. I am a little bit worried about airport. I've heard that the Atlanta airport is especially hard hit by TSA cutbacks and TSA folks not getting paid. ICE doesn't scare me. I will square up with them. I have no problem with that. But I'm chaperoning 2 teenagers. And we can't miss our flight. Because also, this is not oh, I can just use my credit card for this. I can't. So we might go to that airport like 8 hours before our flight, depending on how things go. We'll see. I also went to Vampire's Diary House to see it. I have never seen the Vampire Diaries. I did the October readathon just blind because I have no idea I don't know anything with Vampire Diaries. Christina says, Allie, it was like looking in a mirror there for a sec. That was my exact expression. I keep buying Audible sale books with money because they're always way cheaper than a credit. The problem is I'm not using up my credits. Honestly, I will specifically go search for books that are expensive to find. Long books always are. So if there's any like big chunky books you've been needing, go use your credits on that. But use your credits because otherwise Amazon's pocketing that money. Purple is the best color. Hard agree. And I've got to go to the Titanic exhibition in Belfast sometime. It was made there. Yeah. One of my like autistic things that I'm very interested in, hyperfixations, growing up with shipwrecks. So I learned a lot about shipwrecks. I had a lot of shipwrecks books. That's also the picture book that I'm reading for Read Your Library. I'll get it out here. I actually should read this quick because it's not going to take very long. It's a picture book. But it is, excuse me, stuff. It is enormous. It is so large. Let's push that stuff back. Literally, it's so big. I put it underneath my pile of books that I'm reading for this, and then I put it underneath my roll for TBR. I have like a stack of roll for TBR supplies, my dice and stuff. Okay, it's Spooky Lake Month. And this does involve a shipwreck or two. It involves the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald in Lake Superior, which is really cool. But I love Geo Rutherford. I love Spooky Lake Month on TikTok. I'm so excited. I love this. I'm going to donate this to my local library when I'm done. But also every piece of art in this book, including this cover, which this is huge. This is the biggest picture book I've ever seen. The art is really, really pretty. And all of the art, each page is a painting by the author, Geo. Each individual page is a gouache painting that she did. And they're stunning. So maybe I'll read this quick. I mean, it's 100 pages and it's a lot of text on that page, but we'll read that probably. Get that done. Christina says, I think I'm reading A Theory of Dreaming. I need to get that read too. That one's on my finished Herkiad list. I have 12 books left for Herkiad, and that's one of them. So I do have to get going on that. But roll for TBR. It was in episode 2, and I decided to read something else instead. I had to read An Arcane Inheritance by Camila Cole. That one was coming up better, but I need to get this read. Mel says, for me, my fixation was Megalodon. Huge shark. Hell yeah. Just big shark. And then Mel says, even though I'm terrified of the ocean, I'm not scared of the ocean. I have a healthy respect for the ocean. She doesn't give up her dead. She's got stuff going on down there that she clearly does not want us to know about. I'm going to respect it. And I won't be going on a ship. Nope. I'm too respectful for that. Same reason I'm not going outside in the woods in Pennsylvania. It's none of my business. I respect what's going on in there and that they don't need me there. I'll bow out. And yeah, it's a very cool book. I'm like, I need to buy multiple copies so that I can also have one for myself. I'll buy one for my nephews and nieces. So, but it's a very cool book. It's definitely like an older children's book because it is like it's big blocks of text like this. And also it's about lakes that are deadly for the most part. Um, oh, another page with another skull. So it would probably be a bit scary for small children. So it's more of a grown kid picture book. So let's head back to the garden. Charles got me an archive romance, which is a companion to Study and Drowning, and I got to look at that while I listened to Study and Drowning. I didn't realize it was a companion. I will have to take a look at that. I live in the mountains in Pennsylvania. Let me tell you, I refuse to step foot in the deep woods. I'm too black for that. I get it. I went to a wedding at someone's house who lived in the deep woods about an hour outside of Pittsburgh. No, thank you. I'm good. I don't belong there. But if you're looking for a book rec, that is very good. It's called Strange Folk by Allie Dyer, and it is about the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia and spooky shit that happens in there. And I like reading about it, and I won't be living it. It has pics and maps and floor plans. That's cool as hell. Okay, I will take a look at that. I will. All right. Not this. I wanted this. All right. We're in our garden, and look what we got. Come on. Open up the cow. Show me the cow. Ah! It's so cute. Oh my god, look at it. He's smiling at me. Oh my god. Bell Blossom, you're so cute. You're so beautiful. We're obviously immediately gonna equip that. Immediately. We're getting the cow. Let's go buy all their colors. Obviously, we're gonna wear the purple one. It's not even a question. But like, this is cute. This is cute. They're all really cute. We're gonna buy them all. We got cash to spend. Oh my goodness. Yep. Oh my god. Also, I do feel like I should change my outfit for being in the garden. This is no longer a hanging out inside the house look. I am wearing headphones. So this does feel somewhat appropriate. You know what, maybe. No. That ain't my vibe. I could just do nothing on my head. Oh. I do like this for gardening. I do like this for being in the garden. A little green sprout. I do want to wear glasses. That'll work. Let's do something a little less. Oh, those are the same thing. Okay. Ever so slightly different. It's just a different sweatshirt. Oh, there's so many more options down here. I love these sweatshirts though. No, I like the little that this is like those cups that they had in the sink, just trans colors. I like that. Am I gonna find anything that I like as well as a sweatshirt? Probably not. A boba tank. Oh, I do like these. I don't like an Empire Racer or Peplum. They're not for me. Oh, that's not, now it's cute for a garden. I like this too. We got apron. Oh my god. We have whole capelet situation. Whoa. These are expansions I did not know about. Okay, so these are like garden clothes, like they're garden themed clothes. And actually, just show me what it would look like. They're garden themed clothes, but they're not like gardening clothes. You know what I mean? Like, I want to, oh no, I want to be gardening. I do like this little button up. Hand accessories. Oh, I suppose that there would be gloves for gardening. Well, we got to go garden now, I guess. Let's do, oh, I didn't buy the shirt. Oops. They're like, don't leave the store without buying. Thank you. Well, let's just do some basic gardening gloves. And then what do we got? Oh, gardening pants. They're not great. I do like just some jeans. These are very high-waisted jeans. Very tucked in shirt. Little ghosties pants. If these are distressed, are they distressed? I kind of can't tell. They're kind of do like just a plain. Oh, what? Two-tone jeans? I'll buy those. Regular purple jeans. Oh, I like the two-tone ones. Oh, and there's whole outfit. Oh my gosh, there's actual like full gardener outfits. Oh, well, I didn't know this was an option. Well, let's go find like a super dark purple. Like way darker. I don't know that I love the butterfly effect though. There we go. Oh, too bright. Oh, a puppy's gonna come visit me. There we go. That's cute. I'll keep my socks on because I don't think there's gardening socks. And we got little gum boots. Okay, say less. Let's do it. Oh my god, I didn't buy the outfit. You guys, you gotta stop letting me do this. There we go. And then let's get little gum boots on. That's so cute. Let's do this one for the second and this one for the third. Buy it so that we don't forget it. Cute. And then we can go and garden. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. We're actually going to go do some gardening. Perfect. Oh my god, and then look at that. She's helping. She's helping. I'm also just realizing that I did not buy this one. So there's that. Oops. There we go. Now it's good. All right. We are gardening. We have a cow friend. We're all purple except for my little sprout. And now we're getting ready to sprint. And yes, the cow, she's so cute. She's just helping. I love it. Glenda is at 85% in Star Seekers by Nicole Glover. Got 2 hours and 29 minutes left in the audiobook. So this sprint and the next sprint, and Glenda will be good. Glenda will be done. So let's go ahead and help get you there and start our sprint. I will see y'all in 1 hour. All right. Hello. How'd it go? Let's pop me back up here. This is the longest picture book in the history of the world, I think, because I'm on page. What page is this? What page number am I on? I'm on page 67 of 98. Something like that. So it's very dense. It's a dense picture book. But it's really good. I love this book. I'm definitely gonna buy another copy so that I can make sure that I can donate to my library and to other libraries, because this is a fantastic resource, especially if you know any autistic children who hyperfixate on hydrology. So yeah, that's what I did. I still haven't eaten my Subway. I should go grab that and have that next, but I will finish this next sprint. And then I did read like a couple minutes of Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. I'm at 53% there, less than 2 hours left. So I'll definitely, I think, finish both books today and get started on the Poet Empress. I would like to finish the Poet Empress tomorrow if I can, just so I can be cruising on through. Because right now I've finished 2 books within April. If I can finish this and Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute today, then I'll be 4 in 4 days. Whenever I do a readathon like this, I like to front load the front of my month, and really try to get like 1 per day on average. Obviously, picture books and graphic novels help with that quite a bit. And then because I know that it's going to peter off toward the end of the month. And then I also, let me find it here. This book is so large. Where did I put the bookmark? Oh, yeah. My cutie round trip readers bookmark. Yeah. Get that in there. Put you off to the side. Jesus Christ. It's so big. It's so big. That's what she said. So, grab this out. This is my bingo card for my local romance bookstore. Tropes and Trifles. It's got prompts all over the place. And I have 3 prompts left. Those prompts are being filled by Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute, which I will finish today, The Poet Empress, which I'll read next, and then Dengue Boy, which I will have to read after that. And then I have to hand this in by April 12th. So I made sure that the books that I needed to fill the remaining slots on here were books that fit into Read Your Library, because we like double dipping on prompts and things. And then where is my purple highlighter? Oh no. You guys know what a tragedy this is for me. Purple is my favorite one. And it's not in my Mildliner kit. Uh-oh. Trouble right here in River City. Oh no. I'm gonna have to look for that. But in any case, I really need to get these ones done on the front of the month, because I only have half the month to get those done, handed into my local bookstore, and then I will win a 20% off coupon, a sticker, and an entry into a drawing for like a huge gift basket that they do, which is really awesome. And I really liked a lot of the prompts on this. They had a lot of the same prompts that we see: queer stories written by a queer author, Indigenous main character written by an Indigenous author, title based on a trope, a main character older than 35, new published book, a format you don't usually read, book recommended to you. And so, yeah, I'm excited to get this done, because I've been working on it for months, and not every book that I've read has like fit into it. But I also, if I finish Spooky Lakes during this one, then we can fill out my book journal for it together. I did do a video on my version of a book journal because, look, I would love to say that I can make a beautiful book journal, that I can make all the custom pages and do all that. I can't. I don't have it within me. So instead, I designed custom pages on Canva that are literally just like fill it in when you finish something, which is much more attainable for me. So like I have my pages for finishing Herc Yet for my 26 and 26, for recording my April books, things like that. And they are all I just fill in once I finish a book. So much more doable for me personally. Yeah, so we can do that together once I finish this book on this sprint. Yeah, that's how I went. Let's see how you all went. So there we go. Molly read chapter 2 of Don Quixote. Nice. That's a big one. Sherry finished Freak. Yay, rated at 3.5 and wrote your review and completed your submission form. And now you're spinning the wheel. You've been inspired today. Jen inspired you. I like it. Let us know what you spun. That's what it's called. Elaine's here. Hello, how are you? Reading Center Ice by Julia Connors. Excellent. And you're good. Perfect. You knew that I would ask. Rent's made it to 67% in Weaving Shaw. How are you liking it? How is it so far? Because again, that cover it looks so good. Hello, Elena from Mel. Mel got 60 pages into the bell jar. Excellent. Christina says, I got to chapter 4 and still waiting. Because there are just a couple. We just want the sprint schedule to be filled out. I'm not going to put people on blast for not having scheduled all of them. But 80 pages into the bell jar. Christina will put people. Paco, if you're here, Christina's gonna call you out. Ultimately, we just want to make sure that the sprint schedule is as full as it can be, because obviously you guys theoretically like when we sprint. We like hanging out with you and seeing you when we sprint. So I'm like, this is also like my only weekend where it's just like I have time. I'm like, Mel, should I sprint after you too? Fill in gaps, or I could sprint tomorrow morning because there's nobody tomorrow until Coda starts sprinting at night. So I could do something tomorrow morning too if we need to. But Ashley says, I might take a nap too. Gotta rest up for Mel sprints. That's fair. You gotta have the energy up. Aww. Mel says, I have to send in my submission for Horror Store. No, that sounds too scary for me. Mel, how did you like Horror Store? It's been on my TBR for a while. So yes, tell us how it was. Ren says, I'm loving Weaving Shaw. Definitely would be an amazing spooky season read. If you've read Gallant by V.E. Schwab, I haven't. It kind of has that vibe, but more fleshed out with more layers. All right. But I'm glad that you're loving it. That's awesome. And there are several people in this chat. There are several people in the Discords who would love spooky season or spooky Rex in general, Paula. So you should put that in the chats. Ash says, we love sprints. I love hanging with you. Making friends as an adult is super hard, and I'm thankful for this book community. Highly recommend. I, both as someone who's autistic and has trouble like sometimes reading intentions and how people feel about stuff, but then also like I live in a rural area where almost everybody has kids and almost everybody is conservative also. It's super hard to find people to be friends with. I will say like just joining book community locally to me also has just significantly helped. Like it is so much better to like make friends based on stuff that you like. You know what I mean? Like now that I'm spending my time going to book events because I like to read, I am meeting other people who are going to those events because they like to read. And it's been awesome. And I've made a ton of online friends, but then I'm also making a lot of in-person friends, which feels crazy. Feels absolutely nuts. And I mean, I'm not here to like just make child-free friends. It's just that since I don't have children, it's sometimes like a lot of the folks around me are very conservative and their entire lives revolve around their children, meaning they will not do anything without their children. And I like kids a lot. My friend Jennifer, her daughter is the funniest, the sassiest 4-year-old on the face of this earth, and I love her, and I do really love hanging out with her. I call them my nieces. My best friend's moving back up here in June or July, and I love her girls so much. But I also like having time with just adults, because also, like, there's a reason that I don't have kids, because I like to have child free time too, and I think it's really hard to find where I'm physically at. It's really tough to find folks who are not like 100% like my job in life is to serve my children and nothing else. There's a lot of folks who seem to erase themselves once they have children. Their only identity is mom, and I think that you can be more. I think that you can still be yourself after having kids. So it's tough out here in these rural streets, not streets, roads, dirt ones. So yeah, book community has really, really helped with that. Yeah, I don't mean to call anyone out. The ones that are off a couple days, no worries, but this is different. The ones who haven't scheduled multiples, again, just because we want to have a full schedule for you guys. So I know, like, correct me, let me know if any of you experience this too. But lately, after Neck Alley November, which was 24 solid hours a day of sprinting, and then similarly in December, there were so many readathons that had sprints that it was near 24 hours. I got spoiled big time. And then in March, again, multiple readathons, so it's been easier to find people sprinting. But so if I like log on to work for the day and I don't have meetings, and I'm just like, oh, I'd love to like watch some sprints. YouTube.com, and then there's nobody sprinting. I'm like, oh. I get like offended. And so I love when there's a full sprint schedule, because I love hanging out on sprints with people. So Mel says it was pretty unique, and if you've worked in retail, it's definitely pretty funny and relatable for Horror Store. It's definitely I think I'm gonna give it a 3.75. Is it scary? Because I've worked in a lot of retail, and I do like things that kind of make fun of retail a little bit. So I'm interested, but I also can't do scaries. So tell me if I can read it. Christina's like, don't mind me, just doing my thing. Then Ashley says, in the same way, I'm single, don't have kids, mostly a lone wolf, so this has been a blessing for me. Yay! And I mean, I don't know where you're physically located, but like our indie bookstore is doing an amazing job of setting up events, and just go to them. Get a ticket and go. And don't be afraid to like talk to people. If it's a book signing, be like, oh, have you read it yet? What did you enjoy about it? Just talk to people, because that has been so incredible to like, I've met so many people that way. I've made so many more friends as an adult. And again, those friendships are not just based on like, hey, I feel like we are still friends because we knew each other in high school. These are friends that I've made because we enjoy the same things, which is a much stronger foundation for some of that friendship. So Sherry says, same, I love booktube community. Yes. Christina says, we may just have to refresh right before you're done. Oh, because the sprints are on this sprint schedule, but they're not actually scheduled in YouTube. And I can continue sprinting until we have something in there. So I'm very flexible today. I have nothing else going on. And as soon as I'm done sprinting, I was just going to watch other sprints anyway. And if Mel wanted to jump on early, Mel, my join link is in there. You can just come on early. Mel says, I have kids and a husband, but I'm ADHD and it's hard making friends in real life. I think I come off as too much and people expect me to act a certain way because I have kids. So it's easier for me to make friends in the book community. I really resonate with this because if you have been craving companionship and friendship for a long time, which I think a lot of adults do, but are afraid to admit it, especially if you're ADHD, you can get very overly excited. And frankly, I mean, especially the way that like teenagers act, being super enthusiastic about a new friendship can be overwhelming for some people and also can come off as like very uncool. Like, oh, you're too into this. And so it's very easy to feel like, oh, I gotta cool my jets. People probably don't want to be friends with me as much as I want to be friends with them. It also, Mel, I feel like my rejection sensitive dysphoria might be clocking your rejection sensitive dysphoria, because it can feel like, what if they don't like, if they don't respond right away, they don't want to be friends as much as I do. Like that's a big feel. So Sherry says, I did draw my wheel in the chit chat thread in the Read Your Library Discord and spun The Good House. Nice. By Tananarive Do. Oh, also, that's a fantastic name. It's an incredible name. I love that. Yay. Molly says, it's so disappointing when there's no sprints. Yeah. I'm just like, oh, I was like, I'm very extroverted and so I'm very social. And so if I can't be talking to friends, what am I doing? Christina says, May will spoil me rotten. Last year I was so confused in June at the drop off. The good part is that June will have gay shit. So it's like we are going to have a June Readathon still, which I think will help significantly. But yeah, May has a lot going on. I'm not going to be co-hosting anything in May. So I might just schedule some standard sprints for myself. I don't have a regular sprint schedule because January through end of March and now April, because I'm in this play, are really difficult for me schedule wise. In case anyone has not seen it, this is my April schedule. I have 3 days free. 1, 2, 3. Every other day I have something going on. So in May, I might start an actual full sprinting schedule. I got to see when D&D will be. Ashley's in Ohio. All right. I'll be next door in Indiana in July. Come hang out and say hello. I'm running a women in tech convention. So or conference, technically, I guess. Sherry says, I found local silent reading book clubs and audiobook walk community too as an adult with a kid, hubby, and a dog, and it's such a great thing to search in your area. Yes. Silent book clubs are one of the ways that I started reaching out to people. So definitely recommend. Ashley said, I went to a local BookCon last year, met up with a friend I met through a Patreon group. We're super close friends now, and we're going to BookCon Ohio again in June. That's awesome. Yes. And I love book conventions. We had Sports Romance Con in March here in Minneapolis. We're having Midwest Bookish Fest in June, and I'm so excited about that one. I would love the chance to eventually get to go to like an Polycon. I don't know that that's, or like BookCon. I don't know. But they're a really hard time of year for me. So Mel says, The Good House is amazing. My favorite, 10 on a Review. And Ashley loved The Reformatory by the same author. The Reformatory is someone Mel needs to get to. Sherry says, I'm reading The Good House for my circulation desk prompt after reading The Reformatory. I knew I needed more from her. I love that. Christina says, May is a 24/7/31 sprint train. Sprints all the time, every day, and technically starting April 30th, because then that's when it will be the first over in Australia. So yes, I love that. I love knowing that we're gonna have sprints to do. Yay. Good. Because when I'm working, this is what I do. I just hang out and do this. So, all right. Oh, also, Christina wants to know for hydrating. If we're stretching, if we're taking our meds, maybe. It's too late to take my meds today. I can't take them. Yeah, reminders to take care of yourself. It's also Saturday, so taking naps, resting. And Christina also has Dr. Pepper. So this tells me that when Christina says hydrate, she is approving me using Dr. Pepper for this instead of water, is what I'm hearing. So, all right. We are going to open this back up. Have I actually want to know, have I had Diet Coke with lime? I don't approve of fruit in my drinks, with the exception of a Cooper Libre. I do not dilute my Diet Coke with other flavors. I hate the other flavors. I am very set against this, except for when I am on a Caribbean island and they are making me a Cuba Libre with Bacardi Gold with Diet Coke and lime. I'm good with that, but that's all. That's only because I'm on an island. Sherry says, I can't wait for May. Let me take my meds. Good reminders. She says, the Diet Coke and lime is so good, though. And here's the thing, Christina, if you had not posted this comment before, this would be a wild comment. This would be a crazy comment to make. Mal likes lime Coke too. No. Absolutely not. All right, we're gonna go try to find another spirit now. I'm gonna keep the cow with me forever and ever, but I do have to complete the rest of these no matter what. Restless at the sound of rustling leaves, trying to enjoy a moment of peace and quiet. It won't sit still. So I'm assuming that means get out of here. Oh. We need to go meditate with rustling leaves. With meditation, maybe? No. What else did I say? Trying to enjoy a moment of peace and quiet. Is peace and quiet not meditating? Oh, relaxing maybe? No. Oh, I have to have Moonpaw as the companion. I thought that this was finding the companion named Moonpaw. Okay, I understand. So let's go pick one of these early ones. Because I don't think... I'm assuming Moonpaw is one of these other ones that I don't have yet. Right? Or is Moonpaw one of these? No. Okay. So we'll wait and we'll get one of these earlier ones. Streak of sunny weather. Veggies growing. This has no clues. Sunny weather, garden while gardening. Is my weather is sunny. And maybe it's harvesting veggies. I'm bad at these, you guys. I'm really bad at figuring these out. Tending to a garden. This is was I not just reading this one? Did I just read a completely different thing? Tending to a garden. So well, I just was gardening for a long time. And nothing happened. So by the end of each day, so evening gardening. That's what it wants. Okay, we'll do evening gardening because that's the one that's working so far. So yeah, you have to have Moonpaw as the companion. Moonpaw is the dog. I don't think I have a dog. If I look through here, I don't see a Moonpaw. Oh my god, I do. It's literally right there. That's fine. We'll just go in order. We'll just get them in order. Very adorable. Here's the thing. Nothing is going to be adorable as this freaking cow. There is zero chance. There's no way. I also, because I just bought the rest of the DLCs, that means I also haven't gotten any of the kitchen ones or any of the train ones. And here's the thing, you guys. Let me redo my little things here. I am not scheduled to sprint again currently. Again, I could sign up for tomorrow and fill some space tomorrow for us, for those of us, those who are not going to Easter. I'm not sprinting again for 2 weeks until the 18th. So in that time, I could probably unlock all of these. Do you want me to wait until it to only unlock during sprints? Or no? Like, do you want me to have that be something that I only do while sprinting? Or do you want me to just unlock so that we have them all? I do expect you to respond in the comments. I can't make decisions, and that's what I use you guys for. I desperately need people to make decisions for me. Like my husband did and buy me lunch. Yay. And yeah, the cow is super adorable. It waters the grass, like it waters the garden with the little pot on its head. Oh. You can wait to open them. So it's less about waiting to open them. And what I mean is, like, right now I'm doing a specific activity to lure the spirit, so I can just not do those activities. So Jean says, I like when people open when we are here. So I can do that. I can do that. But sold. But yeah, I can't wait, because ultimately, like, I don't use Spirit City a ton outside of sprinting. And when I do, I can just do activities that don't lure a spirit. So all I have to do is just do something that, just do an activity that doesn't do this, or I can go back to the home, back to my home location, because in home location I have everything at home, so I could just go back to the bedroom. Also, where is the kitchen? Is the kitchen in my home? So I don't know. In any case, we're luring a fairy right now. Move this over here so we can see all the pretty flowers. Why are there orange flowers here? What are you doing in my garden? Why are you here? Garden section 2. I don't have any. What the heck? There's just gonna be ones that I don't want in there? Are they part of the borders? No. There's just orange flowers up here. Gross. Anyway. Yeah, so I can just wait to lure things until we're sprinting. So all right. Yeah, Christina says open them with us. Ashley says I was impatient and had to get them the first day the DLC was released, which I totally understand. Christina says I would just want to open them right away. I'd not be able to wait. I can absolutely wait. Ashley says if you go to the bedroom, it's under there, under activities in kitchen. Okay, kitchen is in your home off to the right. Cool. I just won't explore the kitchen or train, and I won't do like more on garden until we sprint next. So we'll find a spirit on this sprint, and then next to my sprint we'll find more. So that'll work. All right, we're gonna do a 45-minute this time, just to make sure that we can seed our time to Paco, assuming he has online. If Paco doesn't hop online, then we will sprint until Mel is ready. But yeah, so we'll just do 45 minutes this time, and I will see y'all soon. All right, welcome back. Hello, hello. You know what time it is because we found a spirit. Let's hop over here and we're pretty sure we got the fairy, but we'll double check. We did. Oh, she's a Gen Z fairy. She is very Flora from Winx Club. And her name is just Garden Guardian. That's not as fun of a name. So, all right. We'll wait to do this one until we know if we're doing another sprint or not. But I finished Spooky Lakes. So now I have to put this massive book in my pile. And that is multiple prompts for me for multiple things. So for Read Your Library, and again, for me, Read Your Library is about more than taking out library books. I'm going to donate this to my local library because I think that they would love to have a copy. And it is my challenge card kids and teens section, specifically a picture book. I am attempting to do every single challenge card prompt and every single bingo prompt. So there's that. Am I proud of it? No, I'm not. But we're working on it. So finish the weeks, but then also I needed that for Herkyad because that is going to be a nonfiction prompt and my last nonfiction prompt because this is a nonfiction book. So I'm gonna add this to my list here. Spooky Lakes, which was a physical book that I had. Read it all in one day on 4/4/26. 4/4. And here's the thing. With a book that is like purely information like that, I kind of don't know what to give it as a star rating because it's like, I think this is great information. I think this is a great children's book. It doesn't really have like a narrative. So I am newer to nonfiction. I would say like 3.5 to 4 stars. Somewhere in there. So it was, I really enjoyed it. I like learning about lakes. So there's that. So that means in our book journal, I like something stuck in my teeth. What are you? So filled in down at the bottom there, Spooky Lakes. The cover is very teal. So we went with teal. I did add it to my list of books read in April, which is just at 3. And then I added it to my challenge list, my Finish Herkyad page, which is not very beautiful. I added it to the bottom there, and then I am going to highlight it in this like lime green color to be like, woo, I did it. I read the book. Because that way it's a lot easier to see the ones which ones I haven't read. So do a little highlight in there. And then I think that's the last page this one qualifies for. Question mark. I don't think there's any other pages this one would apply to because it was not an arc. It was not like I wouldn't put it as a 5-star read. So I think that's the last one it qualifies for. And my book journal, and I literally like just finished it. It is a long book. So for the rest of the day, I am going to be finishing reading Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute on Libby. And then I will switch over to the Poet Empress after that. So yeah. And I will keep going until whenever Paco is able to start. So I will say, Christina, let me know. keep me on schedule there. And I did finally eat my Subway. So yay. All right, let's see how you all did. I did put a note in here that in the that was a weird sound. In the Read Your Library Discord, in the channel called RYL Reading Sprints, I put up a poll. Please go vote in the poll. Because after I'm scheduled to be done in like 10 minutes here. And then we have Paco for a couple hours and Mel for a couple hours. And Mel is done at 8 Central, which would be 6 Pacific. And then we don't have anybody sprinting until tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Central, which is Coda. And so wondering if I were to sprint again to fill some of that time, would you prefer that I sprint tonight, 8 to midnight-ish Central, so right after Mel, or would you prefer that I hop on in the morning? It is Easter morning here in the US for folks who celebrate Easter, or for folks who just really like chocolate and baskets of gifts from their parents. Probably from like 9 to 1 in the morning, something like that. So just let me know what you would prefer with that vote. I do think that I will probably restrict myself to just one because I need to sleep. But let me know what you'd prefer in there. That'd be great because I can't make a decision for my own self. And look who joined us. Jamie's here. Hi. How are you? Hello to everyone from Jamie. And Jesse joined us. Going to be starting Stag Dance for the BookTube prize and later on do some cleaning with some form of audiobook, probably Airfire. I will say, am I the biggest SJM fan? No. However, the audiobooks, like Elizabeth, what's her name? The narrator for those books, she is a phenomenal narrator. Like, I really admire her talent in narrating, and I think she's fantastic. Alicia just joining, cleaning and rearranging a few things on my desk. I'll also be doing spinner wheel tasks. Nice. We have spinner wheels going all over the place today. Jen's spinner wheeling for which book she's reading. Sherry is spinner wheeling for which books she's reading. You're spinner wheeling for chores. I love it. And also, hello, welcome in. Molly says morning to Jesse. Ryan made it to 80% in weaving, Sha. Let's go, let's go. Jamie got to 34% in woodworking by Emily St. James and contemplated getting set up for filming your Battle of the Bands reading plans. What is Battle of the Bands? You guys, I swear to you, I try so hard to learn about like different readathons. When there's nobody sprinting, I search on YouTube, either like reading sprints to find new people that I haven't met on BookTube before, or I search Readathon announcement or Readathon TBR, just to like find additional content. I really like watching TBR videos. And so I swear I'm looking for it, but then the other day I said, hey, I don't really like what options are coming up in the next couple of months that I should be thinking about. And people like listed off all these ones that I've never heard of before. And I'm like, I've been trying to find out about them. How am I still not seeing them? So what is Battle of the Bands? Is it a readathon? Is it yet another one that I don't know about? Let me know. Christina got to chapter 7 and cleared a few tabs. Very nice. I refuse to do that. My phone does the thing where it like starts to hide tabs for you, where it's like, hey, if you haven't touched this in a bunch of days, put it in a folder. We're not showing you. And then if I were to go find it, it'd be like, you have like 793 inactive tabs, and it'd make me sad. So I'm not going to touch that. Mel is now 90 pages into the bell jar. So far, not really feeling much while reading this. I regret to inform you that I think the point of a lot of Sylvia Plath is not a lot of feeling, other than a creeping sense of despair. So that might be the point. Christina and Mel will say hi to Jamie, hi to Alicia, hi to Jesse. Jesse says, can someone say doom scrolled? Yeah, I've done that a couple times today. Actually, when I came back with wet hair because I had showered, I was like 30 seconds late because I was literally throwing clothes on, because after I showered, I sat on my bed in my towel and just scrolled on threads. Jamie says, I rate informative nonfiction on the info quality, readability, and how much I enjoyed reading it. That's helpful. So this will be a 4-star then for me, because I did really enjoy it. It's a great picture book. Again, if you got, I would say, kids who are maybe in like the 7 to 10 range, this is a fantastic picture book to get them to another level in reading in terms of like vocabulary for the world around them in science. It doesn't feel like a sciencey book, but it is absolutely a science book. The art is so stunning. All of the paintings were done by the author. They're gouache watercolor paintings. It is about 25 spooky lakes, so there is content about death and danger, just as like a content warning. But this was so good. Highly recommend. I'll be bringing that to my library. I want to get additional copies for my nieces, nephews, etc., because that's going to be a great gift. Sherry says, read nothing, scrolled TikTok, and made a lunch of mozzarella sticks and chicken tenders. Yum. If you were just going to stop at mozzarella sticks, I would have been like, girl dinner. But chicken tenders is actual sustenance, and I regret to inform you that girl dinner cannot have any sustenance. You can't feed yourself properly for girl dinner. Mel says, I'm jealous. That sounds really good. Yeah. Christina says, I will as soon as I see it. Perfect. Just let me know. Alicia says hello to Mel and Christina. Sherry says, I rated the kids' spring break snacks. You did pay for it. That's correct. They're yours. You are just very generous and sharing with them. And you can choose when to stop sharing. Sherry says hello to Alicia. Ashley votes for tonight. Christina votes for both. Go on Discord and vote, because that's going to be the best spot to see. Hello to Alicia from Christina. Sherry voted for tomorrow morning. Yeah, I am nervous about being able to do both because I did not get a ton of sleep last night. I really just need to like take a bunch of melatonin and maybe a gummy or two and zonk for like 12 hours. I'm real tired today. Jamie says, Battle of the Bands is a competitive team-based readathon. Is it going on this month right now? Because like I'm doing 2 readathons, but I could add a third. I could adjust my TBR to fit a third too. I am in Team Foo Fighters and intended to post my TBR before the month started, but yeah, that has not happened yet. Tell me, send a link for a announcement video for it. I also love the Foo Fighters. The Foo Fighters are amazing. They're my dad's favorite band, so I have seen their performance live in Hyde Park no fewer than 50 times. When we first bought a DVD player, it was one of the first DVDs we owned. So Christina says, well, the tabs I have up are different channels that all have sprints scheduled and need to be put in the Bible. So I really do. Yeah, that's the job. Chris is here. Hello. How are you doing today? And you've been watching Blessing of the Animals Parade. I don't know what that parade is, but if there are animals involved, I'm probably going to like it. So tell me more. And Yum Sherry, I want some now, says Christina. Hello to Chris. Courtney's here too. Oh my gosh. All the friends are here. How's it going? What are you doing today? Hello to Courtney from Christina. Hello to Christina, Courtney, Jamie, Brooklyn, and Jacob Elordi. Christina did vote on Discord. Jamie says, especially don't go on Discord and vote if you want tonight, because right now on Discord, tomorrow morning is winning by 1 vote currently. This is on the Read Your Library Discord in the RYL Reading Sprints channel. I posted the vote, and Christina says, are you more of a night person or morning person? For me, mornings are evil. Here's the thing. I am definitely more of a night person, but the problem is that lately I've been staying up till like 1 or 2 a.m. and trying to get up at like 8. So truly either time works for me. I'll be up and I could be up in either. I don't want to be up in both, because if I'm going to go early, then after Mel sprints, I'm going to zonk out and go to bed. If I'm going to be up late, cool. Then I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. So either way, it'll work. Courtney says hello to Chris and Christina. Alicia says hello to Sherry. Mel says hi to Courtney. Hello to Jamie. But yeah, Jamie says go vote for the one that Jamie is campaigning. Jamie is lobbying. Sherry says hello back to Courtney. And Ashley also says I love the Foo Fighters. Saw them in concert a few years back. Pretty mad with Dave Grohl at the moment, though. That's fair. Completely fair. Yep. So I actually got free tickets to, I mean, not free tickets, but necessarily. They performed at Dreamforce one year. Dreamforce is a professional development conference for Salesforce every year. It's a sales conference, basically. And they performed there, and you get a free ticket with a part of your conference pass. But I was so sick. I stayed for one song to take a video for my dad because I knew that he'd love it. And I went back to my hotel room and I slept for literally 16 hours. I was like, get in there, sit in a seat way in the back, like with my Kindle, just hanging out. And then first song video done, out. Hello to Chris from Mel. Courtney says, Jamie, Battle of Bands was so fun a couple years back when I participated. Perfect. Oh, and Shuri corrected me on name pronunciation. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, Shuri. Jamie says, I think it's too late to join a team this round. I'll make sure you know about next round. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Christina says, refreshing. Still not there. Keep chatting. We're totally fine. We're good. We can keep going. Courtney says, what are the bands this year other than Foo Fighters? And hello to Mel, Alicia, and Sherry. Ashley says hello to Courtney. Chris says the Blessing of the Animals Parade is an LA tradition. And hello to Mel. I do not vote for the Mark Twain bio. I curse the one who votes it through. There you go. Fair. Apparently Pink Floyd is one because Jesse is on Team Pink Floyd, another favorite of my parents. Apparently the song Money by Pink Floyd is what would put me to sleep as a child. Specifically just Money. Tiny Allie knew what she wanted. Christina says, Jamie, would you like me to change my vote? I try to go for both, but we can't, so I can change it. So Christina's vote on this poll is for sale, is what I'm hearing. So she'd be swayed. Jesse says there's also Heart and I want to say the Killers, but I could be wrong. And hello to Courtney from Alicia. I'm gonna sneeze again, probably. Maybe. I don't want to sneeze like directly into the microphone. Jamie says the bands are Pink Floyd, Heart, Foo Fighters, and the Killers. I chose the option for them to put me on the team that needed me for numbers. You definitely, if somebody goes, all right, you have one draft pick for a numbers, for like a putting up number of books on the readathon board, I'm picking Jamie. Sorry to the rest of you. I'm picking Jamie. So, Courtney says, no, definitely not my band. Here's the thing. Do I listen to any of these actively? No. Do I listen to any music actively? Probably not. That's the lack of sleep from last night. I also haven't had any Diet Coke today, you guys. Yes, I'm drinking a Dr. Pepper, but that's not the same. That doesn't sustain me. I need to go out to my car and get my Diet Coke. But if I'm listening to music, it is probably, it's either like late teens reggaeton or Broadway show. So I don't know. I have terrible music taste. Chris said, what are the votes for? Vote for Farn, the 1984 film Streets of Fire and Japanese Gel Pens. We are voting for on the sprint schedule for RYL. Mel ends at 8 Central tonight. Coda doesn't start until 6 Central tomorrow. So sometime in there, I could either sprint after Mel tonight, again, or tomorrow morning to make sure that we have more sprints available. And tomorrow is Easter Sunday, so some people might not have much to do, whatever. So in the Discord, we are voting on when you would prefer for me to sprint for that, because I can do one of the two. I cannot do both of them. Bless you. Oh, thank you for my sneeze. Maladat says, I think I might have it an early night. I think that's completely fair. Yeah, and I'm good with either. And then I will just either go to bed early or go to bed late and just sleep no matter what. Jamie is buying Christine's vote for nighttime. Bless your face, as my children say. So when you sneeze, your kids just say, bless your face. That's amazing. And I would like to start using that. That sounds great. Chris says, if we're voting for bands, I vote for the band Aqua, Westlife, or Take That. All right. I don't know who two those are. Christina says, well, is anyone friends that can send a DM or something? Christina is looking for somebody to please send a DM to Paco if you are friends on Discord, because I'm assuming that Discord is preventing you from sending a DM unless you are actively Discord friends. So, yeah. And Jesse also votes for Westlife, for what it's worth, Chris. I don't know who Westlife is. I'm sorry. I don't listen to any music. All I do is read. Or if I do listen to music, it's because I heard it in a musical and it got stuck in my brain and it stayed there and lived there forever and ever. So, Courtney said, just checked out the Battle of the Bands announcement. If this is not the readathon I participated in before, I was thinking of the Rainy Blue Reads readathon. There are so many, and I love that. I had two recommended to me. I don't know if Christina, if you were the one who recommended them to me, somebody did. But just a couple to like look at for the next couple months, because I like them. I like participating in my reading with you all. It makes reading more social, which I really enjoy. And then also my brand of autism is very motivated by having checkbox goals. And so this is just an easy way for me to like get checklists, is readathons. Like between Read Your Library and Magical Readathon, which I am also doing, my TBR is like the same between them. I've just fit them into different prompts. I also went a little ham with Magical Readathon, and I didn't need to do that. So we'll see. But yeah. So I really like having them, and so I'm really happy when there are readathons every single month. Christina says, it's not blocking me, but not sure he knows who I am. First and foremost, if somebody is going to be doing a readathon, they need to know who you are. You are a BookTube mama. You are our honestly, like, yes, this is Ati's readathon, but you're kind of our leader. You keep us together. You know what I mean? So, Westlife is a Naughty's Irish board band. Do you mean the Knots? Like Naughts? Or Naughty's is in not nice, but naughty? I don't know. Chris says, I volunteer Courtney to do a 5-hour stream and Allie to do a 5-hour stream. I'm glad that's settled. Perfect. And Bertie says, I volunteer as tribute as scheduled. Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, and I think the hard part is that, like, because I think Courtney, you're on Monday or Tuesday. Part of the hard part is that April is just so busy for me, but like specifically this weekend, I did not know what my schedule would be on Sunday because my mom did not text me back. And so I didn't know if I would have time to do anything. But, Friday, I was like, Mom, got to tell me what's going on. I need to know what my plans are for the weekend. She picked a time to have dinner on Sunday night. So now my day, the morning, noon time of Sunday, tomorrow is free. I didn't know that until Friday. So I'm like, oh, I find myself with extra time. So I can do it. Jamie says, Rainey did boy bands and girl bands. I was hoping she'd do another one this year, but I haven't seen anything about a new readathon from her yet. Courtney says, Christina keeps us organized and informed and is very much appreciated. And she's the glue that holds us all together. And everyone should know who Christina is. Christina is everything when it comes to BookTube. Keep complimenting Christina. Get in the comments, compliment Christina more. Because Christina literally does so much work putting together the BookTube Bible. Also, Christina, you should be linking the Bible in every stream. You put so much work into that. You should be sharing it. I should put it in the description. That's what I should do, is I should put it in the description of my videos. Put so much work into that, and we appreciate everything Christina does for us, because also she like genuinely checks in to make sure that we're okay. After Neck Alley November, or after December, again, January gets very busy for me. I coach at the local high school, and it's like the beginning of our season. So there's a lot of work to do to get the students ready. And I like disappeared. Most of you experienced this, but I literally like disappeared from Discords and like didn't talk to anybody. And Christina was checking in like, hey, are you good? Are you okay? So she takes care of us. Yeah. How does anyone not know who Christina is? We are proactively saying, Paco, if you don't know who Christina is, what's going on? And no matter what it is, I think he's just scheduled for 2 hours between me and Mel, and I am more than happy to go until Mel starts if needed. And Courtney will be sprinting on Tuesday morning. Boom, there's a link to the sprints. And if you join the sprint trolley, you'll automatically be directed there when it's time. Join the sprint trolley. Do ASMR. Courtney says, my May is going to be so busy. Most of my Tuesday sprint days are going to be canceled, but I will try to sprint elsewhere. May is when I think I'm going to establish a sprint schedule. So I am going to be going through the Bible right here. Boom. I'm going to be going through the Bible to try to identify like what is going to be the best consistent day of the week to sprint. I might start with like an every other week just to set myself up for success and not overcommit. But I do want to get to regular sprinting because I love you all. Chris says, Christina does amazing work. Courtney also does a fantastic dance short. However, Christina has never admitted to reading Western Lane, so she does have a fault. Not 100% perfect, which honestly makes her more realistic and relatable as a character, as the main character. Blushing. And wants to know, are you co-hosting Cookie Mayhem? Is that why May is going to be such a busy month? I have like, since I showered, and brushed my hair, I have random hairs everywhere. Just gonna put the rest of my Subway away. But no, so in May, where'd it go? I literally go from something every single day of the month in April, except for 3 days. I have 3 days free. And in May, I have 3 things on the calendar. And of these things, bookish event, book release party, bookish event, and my anniversary. Like there's one thing I need to add to the calendar too that I really shouldn't forget. I am also doing my book crawl event, roundtripreaders.com, at roundtripreaders on Instagram. We're starting a book crawl tour business. We sold out for our first crawl on May 30th. We'll have more in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, but we're basically renting a bus and taking all of our friends to go visit bookstores because indie bookstores are where it's at. They're my favorite thing. I love them. We have so many good ones here where I live. So yeah, gonna be going and visiting bookstores. I'm very excited about that. All right. We're at the end of the comments. So I think Jamie says, unless everything finally comes together in May to move into my store building, financing and finding property, I'll be trying not to double my NetGalley collection. Yeah, that sounds like you, Jamie. Jamie, out of curiosity, just feel free to let the chat know, how many pages of books do you have unread on NetGalley right now? It's a really fun number, I'm sure. So let us know. I am going to bring this back up. We're going to find another spirit to locate. I'm just going to, okay, but now that I know who Moonpot is, I don't know what this is, but this outline to me looks like the Pokemon Growlithe. It looks like some sort of wolfy, tigery pup thing. I'm not a big fan of the bug ones, you know? Some of these look buggy. This one looks like it's going to be cute, so I want it. Should we go for this one, or should we just keep going down the list? And yeah, we're gonna find another spirit so that because I'm just gonna we're gonna head to another sprint, and then if Paco starts, then we will shift over to Paco's stream. But I will go ahead and start us on another sprint so we have it. And I'm seeing multiple people say bush puppy, shrub puppy, and Jesse says get the puppy. Okay, twist my arm. Okay, rustling leaves and enjoying peace, and I need to have Moonpaw. So unfortunately, little baby cow, I love you. But for now, we are going to go get Moonpaw. I currently have Cherry Blossom Moonpaw on. Wait, no. Is this one Cherry Blossom? This one's Cherry Blossom. What are you? You're just pink one. Let's do. I mean, we gotta fit the purple garden theme. What are you? Oh, so there's even new variants a part of the DLCs. That's cool. Let's do this one, and then we need to. Oh, helping to garden. We're going to go do something relaxing. I'm assuming it means meditating. And that we need rustling leaves. There we go. Let's go. And Christina says, one next to the fairy, I'd have to garden too. But people said, get the shrub puppy. And look, I'm a dog lady. So we're meditating. I might take my gloves off because it feels weird to be meditating with gloves on. Yeah. Good. And we will find Cutie Shrub Puppy. Because she says, they just brought out the llamas. They're blessing the llamas now with the llama dance. Okay, I'll go look this up. I'll go look up the blessing of the animals now, I guess. All right, we'll move the timer into the sky. And we're going to go ahead and go into a 45-minute sprint. And while we do, don't forget to vote on if I should sprint later tonight after Mel or tomorrow morning. And I'll see you all in 45 minutes then. All right, bye. Hello, welcome back. How's it going? This spirit must be a tough one to get because it's still thinking about it. So I wonder, if I turn the rustling leaves louder, will it go faster? So we'll see. But I got to 75% in Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. So I do still plan on finishing that one today, which will put me at 1 book a day so far in April. Again, one of them was a graphic novel and one was a picture book. So it's like, I feel good about 1 per day, but don't feel bad if you're not 1 per day. As a reminder, if you have not yet, please hop into the RYL Discord, into the RYL Reading Sprints channel. There is a poll because the sprint schedule is looking a little empty between 8 p.m. Central tonight and 6 p.m. Central tomorrow. So when Mel sprints end tonight and when Codas begin tomorrow. And I can do 1 sprint shift in that time. I can either immediately come back online immediately after Mel from 8 to approximately midnight, however long it takes to get like 3 full sprints in, or I can hop back online in the morning. So I would like your thoughts on what you prefer, and that's what the poll's for, because I don't like to make decisions. All right, so please go take a look at that, and let's take a look at how y'all did this sprint. Also, apologies if you hear like a squeak in the background. My dog, he found a squeak toy, and so he is squeaking away. Where is my starred comment? I scrolled too far. Okay. All right. This is where we left off. So, Jamie, I had asked Jamie before the break. I said, hey, tell us how many pages of ARCs in NetGalley on your shelf. A page is 20 books. And Jamie currently has 35 pages. 34 of them are full pages, and then the last one has 2. So if we just like really quickly do the math on that, that is 682 ARCs unread, which is crazy. Can you guys hear the squeaking of the dog toy? I think you can. Look, he's a Pippo puppy, and he just a boy. He can't help it. Sure says, don't forget to hit the like button. Thanks, folks. Please do. I'd love that. Jen says, oh wow, you're still alive and finally back. We turned lunch into an outing, which is awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna stay online until the next person starts. So if Paco wants to hop on for 1 sprint, or when Mel starts, I'll be here. And Courtney confirms, yes, I am a co-host for Kooky Mayhem, which is the May Readathon to go kooky with KU with Kindle books, basically, which does include NetGalley ARC. So if you have ARCs backlogged, that's going to be a good readathon for you too. Evelyn's here. Hello, welcome in. You're not necessarily late to the party, because if we've got sprints going on all day, there's no concept of late. It's just whenever you can get here, we're happy to have you. Yay, welcome in. And then yay for Courtney hosting. Welcome back to Jen. Remember to hydrate, feed yourself, check the laundry, take your meds, and stretch. And make sure that you show a little bit of love to that like button and that subscription button if you would be so inclined. I'm not going to force you, but that'd be great. Also, just reminders for a couple of important links. First, this is the playlist for all of the videos that are announcements, TBRs, and or book recommendation lists for Read Your Library Readathon. Also, if you have stumbled onto the sprint and you're not sure what Read Your Library is, hit this link and it will take you to the playlist. The first video on the playlist will be Atia's description. And this is a chill readathon. It is not competitive. It is you choose how you want to play. I chose to go on real hard mode. So I'm doing an entire bingo board completion plus the challenge card. Each prompt has like 2 prompt options. I'm just doing all 8 or 9 or however many there are. But you could choose to just do the challenge card or just do a bingo or just do a line bingo or do the whole, whatever you want to do. So check that out. And then also for your sprints, this is our trolley playlist. So again, hit this link, leave this up on your computer, refresh it every once in a while, and then you will be redirected to any current live, including this one. Jesse says hello to Jen because I think you jumped in when Jen was already gone. I read one chapter. I think I need a coffee. Finding it very hard to turn my brain on this morning. That's fair. It's so squeaky. That I think that's completely fair. Thankfully, being Easter, I don't have to go to work, which is great. Yay, coffee! Yay for no work. And chocolate cake. Okay, go off. Jesse's having a great morning with lots of things. And Jesse's extra excited because you can finally catch Mel's sprints. Yay! I know I have not gotten to catch very many of Mel's. I think I've been on like one in the past. Christina's meds reminder told me that even though I'm really, really late and I can't take my ADHD meds, I could take my other ones, I suppose. So we'll do that. And then, yeah, that spirit takes a while. So good thing we have time for one more sprint, you know? So maybe we can catch it before Mel starts because I would love to catch it with you guys. Christina says, no reading that time, but another tab cleared, which means the bibble's getting more complex. Jamie got to 49% in woodworking, and you're finally making coffee. Good. I'm going to encourage the caffeine drinking, especially because looking at the poll in Discord, sprinting tonight is winning by a lot. Oh, thanks. That's him telling me that I'm being loud so I can talk a little quieter since the gain on this mic is turned up high enough so that you can hear me if I talk quieter. So we'll do that. So yay for more coffee. Christina also says, oh, and maybe ambiance on the TV. It's a bald eagle nest. Or two of them have not seen the eggs yet, but yay. I love those. I think that live streaming those is like the smartest thing that forestry departments have ever done. So Christina says you should see how you feel during meals. I'm going to need lots of caffeine because I'm like a little bit tired. So I might put Mel sprints on my iPad instead of my laptop and then bring it with me and go like lay down and finish reading this one just that I like get a little bit of a brain break if I'm going to restart tonight. Ren made it to 80%, 7% weaving Shire. So close. I think realistically, Ren, you could probably finish it in one more sprint. Christina says, sweet pupper, sweet. Yeah, he is a pitbullish. He is either Pitty or Staffy. We don't know. We just adopted him. His paperwork says lab. He's not a lab. But he's happy and he loves to squeak. Mel says, going to get ready for my Spencer in a bit, but keeping up on the TV until you're done. Loved seeing you. See everyone in about an hour. Yes, we'll be handing off to Mel in about 52 minutes. So we're going to finish up comments, get one last probably like 40-minute sprint. And then we will, my phone will not stop buzzing. And then we'll hand off to Mel. Jamie says, we need to see the puppy now to fully appreciate the cuteness. I'll see if I can get him in here. My husband just shut the door because I was talking too loud, I guess. And so he can't wander in right now, but yeah. Christina says it's for KU and Kindle books, but all books do count. Yes, for Kooky Mayhem. You can absolutely do any books count. It's very much like Arc August or like NetGalley November, where even if you didn't get it on NetGalley, we still want to be able to see what you're reading, because it's more just a chance to encourage you to read books in these categories because they tend to be categories that a lot of people have a backlog. So like a lot of people tend to have a large Kindle Unlimited TBR because you keep seeing books that just look really good and just add them to the list. So it just encourages you to get that backlog down. And yes, agree, Jamie, we need to see the puppy. Here, I will pull up, theoretically, somewhere in here. I should have pictures of my dogs. One would think. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's look for the puppies. Oh, there it is. Here we go. I will show you the puppies. We'll stop that screen. We'll start this screen. We'll share photos. This is George. Oh my God, I'm not showing it. There we go. That's George. He is sort of a pity staffy something. He's a mix of stuff, but he's a good boy. He's 4, and his sister Maggie is we did do a DNA test on her. She is 75% lab, 25% German Shepherd, and she is 5. And they're just very good babies. They're very good babies. They're my children. They'll never do anything wrong, despite the fact that this couch they're sitting on is now basically fully deceased because of them. He loves to dance and to play. They like to attack and fight each other because they're, despite how cute they are not friends. He is the annoyance that lives in her house. She was here first. And he's just sort of here and she deals with it, but he does run faster than she does, so he can catch her. And she does not like. So they're very good puppies, and I love them very much. So yep, that's them. That's where this weekend is coming from. Let's see. Can I remove something? Move over there. Move over there. All right. Alicia says, I finished my desk organizing. I bought a mini toolbox and I labeled the drawers snacks, post-its, and personal. I think it'll work well on my desk. Now to go through the papers. I love a little toolboxy vibe. I actually have put on like my Christmas list for this next year. I asked for a literal toolbox, like a big tool chest, because I have seen multiple people using them for craft supplies. Like all the different tools and stuff that I have for crafting with the thinner drawers so that you can really have a drawer per thing, but have more drawers. I'm like, that's the vibe. So it's a Husky brand. It's got a wooden top that matches the wood top of this desk. And I'm like, I would love that. So we will see. Friend says, was that the last sprint? If it was, thanks for sprints. Here's the thing. I am just sprinting until someone else starts. We know for sure that'll be about 45 minutes. So I'll probably do one last one in a minute here. She says, take them for my meds. Jesse says, I agree with Christina. You should see how you feel during bell sprints. Maybe it would be a good idea to do it tomorrow. I would naturally, left to my own devices, I will be up until like 2 a.m. tonight. So no matter what, I'll be all right. And this is the link to the Big Bear National Park Bald Eagle live nest with eggs in there. Yay. Alicia is also co-hosting for Cookie and just reading your TBR. Yeah, you can read whatever books you want. We love. And yay to so many friends co-hosting in Cookie. That's a very fun time. And yes, sweet cutie puppies. I love them. They're the best. And the worst at the same time. Also, so we will start one more shorty sprint here before handing off to Mel. But look what has appeared. Look what's up there. Bush puppy, oh my God, it looks like a chow chow. Oh my gosh. Oh, I do love this too. All right. Shrub puppy, not bush puppy. Same. All right. Come on. There you go. So while we do our last sprint, we will look for this one. Start today. Chittering sounds on the winds. And gardening, theoretically. Gardening. Morning. And chittering sounds on the wind. What is that? Is it the rustling leaves, or is it like the bugs? It's not bugs. Or odd chittering sound cured. Oh, wind. There we go. You gotta have some wind. There we go. Now we're good. Cool. So we're gardening. Oh, yeah, we're gardening. It's morning and we have the sound on, so we are currently finding it. We went up another level. Yay! This takes forever. Okay, we're gonna do a 40-minute sprint, and then we'll have a 5-minute little conversation, and then we're gonna pass off to Mel. So I will see you all in 40 minutes for our last teeny little chatty bit. Bye. All right. That is our last sprint for this section of sprinting, I guess. Done. Yay. We are still searching for that spirit, but it'll come a little later probably. I got to 90% in my book. So now I have like, I don't know, probably 15 minutes left of listening, 15, 20 minutes, which I will do during Mel's first sprint. So we are going to be in just a couple minutes here, hopping over to Mel's sprints. And then based on the outcome of the vote, which is for me to hop back on tonight, I'll get that scheduled and sent to Christina so that it can just be added straight to the playlist. Then I'll see you all back here in a couple of hours, which is a good reminder for me to find it here. That if you are not already, make sure that you have hopped onto the Sprint Trolley link. This will help you find essentially all of our sprints. So anytime that you are just like, hey, I don't know who's sprinting right now, well, this will do it for you. I am pinning that to the top of the channel right now, so it should be pinned in the comments for you. But definitely hop there, because then when my sprints end, it will also automatically bring you over to Mel's so that you don't even have anything to do. They're great. Perfect. Let's see how far y'all got here in our last couple of minutes. So Courtney did have to head out, pooled in dinner, so we'll see her a little bit later probably. Christina is watching the bald eagle nest cam, and there are 2 eggs and one of them is hatching right now. And you can see the fluffy down of the chick. Ashley's watching 2. Hoping to see one in Ohio. We have nests all over, but I've never seen one in the wild. Ashley, come visit northern Minnesota. We have so many. And Christy arrived. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome in. We are going to be just about hopping over to Moustrins, but glad you caught the tail end here today. And Jessie got to page 51, but that is 51 on the smallest font setting on Libby, which does feel like it's more pages than that. So yeah, more like page 65. I agree. Jamie says, I got to 63% in my book, did some tidying, and I'm making more coffee. You can bet that I'm about to go finally retrieve my Diet Coke from my car. Here's the thing. On Wednesday, I had to reconfigure my vehicle to get a giant carpet in there. Like I had to put the passenger seat all the way forward. And the Diet Coke is on the floor of the passenger seat, like the floor where your feet go if you're sitting in the passenger seat. So the seat all the way forward, I can't get to it. I took the carpet out yesterday. So that's just, now I just have to push the seat back. But the way that my car is parked in the garage, I can't get to that door. So I have to go to my car, get in my car, turn it on, reverse it out of the garage, then readjust that seat, then go back into the garage, and then I can get my Diet Coke out. So my caffeine will be a little bit of work. Christina says, I got to chapter 8, but was watching the Eagles. So there's fun there. Christina says, thanks for hosting. You're welcome. Yay. I'll be back on for another 4 hours today. But again, this is the trolley link. So make sure that you are hopping on here, because again, this will just take you directly where you're going. I think you mean it's not this was for today, but this link will bring you to Mel's sprints next here. So again, Mel is going to be starting in just a couple minutes. I think she might be a couple minutes late. But this link will take you directly to her sprints. If you're on the train is a trolley, then I'll end as soon as Mel starts, and then it will just take you directly there. Also make sure you do your reminders. I refilled actual water. Amazing. And I did take my meds. So yay. My, what do you call it? Acid reflux is going to be very happy that I actually took acid reflux meds instead of just Tums. So good. And then, yeah, like the stream, subscribe. We'd love that. Jamie says, my drink of choice is Coke, but it is so expensive now. Yes, I've switched to coffee and strong black tea, much cheaper, but now I have to actually make it to be able to drink more. Agree. There's a local grocery store chain that does sales on Coke products all the time. Like a 12-pack of Diet Coke at the gas station is like $11.99. At a regular grocery store is usually like $10 or $11. But at this one specific grocery chain, you can do 12 packs, like 4 for $20, so $5 each. And so whenever that happens, I'm stocking up. I am in there. They don't have any limits on it, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I will be making several trips. I'm gonna buy like $200 of Diet Coke, but it's gonna be so much cheaper than it normally would be, you know? Like, we gotta do what we gotta do. But yeah, sorry, I forgot to change that. But it is linked to Mel in the playlist. Yay for taking meds. And Jesse says, now I want Coke, but nothing is open today, tomorrow. Well, that is true. Yeah, that's a good call. So, I wonder if while Mel's sprinting, I should run to the store. I don't know if I'm gonna need anything for tomorrow. I'm going over to my mom's for Easter. Again, we're not religious, but my mom makes us Easter baskets. The Easter bunny still comes for her adult children. So we're going to pick up her Easter baskets and just to hang out. But I don't know if she wants us to bring anything. Maybe. Christy says, I thought we were the only ones paying that much in California. No. Coke products have gotten that expensive everywhere, and it sucks, frankly. Like, oh, I drink so much Diet Coke, so Easter Bunny still comes here too. All right, that is the end of our comments, and Mel is streaming, so I'm gonna go ahead and end, and we're gonna go hop over and join Mel on her sprints for the next couple of hours. So I will see you back here in just a few, and we'll see you shortly over on Mel's channel. Bye.